us in a pledge to the flag. Please stand if you're able and join me. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo.
Here.
Councilmember Daris.
Here.
Councilmember Newsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Here.
Mayor Moreno.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Well, for those of you attending here in person, welcome. It's nice to see all of your faces. And if you're with us on Zoom, on the phone, watching on YouTube, listening on 12:30 a.m. KPRL, we welcome you in all the ways that you can watch this meeting. If you are not on Zoom or here in person and you would like to speak by phone, you can do so by calling into the following number. That number is 669-900-6833. Once again, that number is 669-900-6833. And when you call in, you'll use the following meeting ID. That is 889-2347-9018. Once again, meeting ID 889-2347-9018. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Also move.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Borbo, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. We will waive the reading in full of all ordinances appearing on this agenda, and the titles of the ordinances will be read aloud by the city clerk at the first reading after the motion and before the council votes. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yes.
Councilmember Daris.
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom. Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
Motion.
yes, sir. Sorry. I'm so used to the, okay, I caught myself though. Yes,
Motion
sir.
passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. All right, we're moving on to the consent calendar. Consent calendar tends to contain items that are considered routine and uncontroversial by city staff and can tend to be approved in one motion. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go out to see if there's any public comment on any of the consent calendar items, and then I will bring it back to council for either a motion, question, comment, or to be polled. So with that, any members of the public wishing to speak on anything on the consent calendar? I'm not seeing anyone here in person. Is there anyone on the Zooms that wants to speak? Please raise your hand using that raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. I'm not seeing anyone. I'm not seeing anyone on the phone. Luke, is that correct? All right, thank you. So we'll close public comment and bring that back to council for either a motion, question, comment, or to poll.
Move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Borbo, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yes.
Councilmember Daris.
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve the consent calendar passed 5-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to updates from the city manager, and that will be Ms. Christensen.
Thank you, Mayor Moreno and council. Jim is off enjoying some well-deserved time, and I'm sitting here instead of on the other side tonight. Luke, are you able to bring that up for me? Awesome, thank you. So while he's working on that, tonight, we're going to kick off our city manager report with the spring festival that's happening now through April 7th at the Charles Paddock Zoo. If you're looking for fun-filled family activities during spring break, please come check out the spring festival. There's a variety of things to do and see. We have baby chicks and scheduled animal feedings. Those feedings will happen every day at 11 a.m. and they cover a variety of animals from the Aldabra tortoises to the meerkats, our Malayan tiger, our mongoose lemur, and the red pandas. Plus, the zookeepers have weekend surprise feedings planned as well, all for the price of general admission to the zoo. Plus, starting April 1st, the zoo will be open an extra hour from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., so please don't miss out. The city of Atascadero is pleased to announce project awards for the Santa Lucia Bridge, Santa Lucia Road Bridge, and Via Avenue Bridge. The Central Coast chapter of the American Public Works Association, APWA, recently awarded both the 2023 Transportation Project of the Year and the overall project of the year for the Via Avenue and the Santa Lucia Road Bridge projects. The Project of the Year award is selected from 5 category winners as the single Central Coast project that exemplifies APWA's intention to promote excellence in the management, administration, and implementation of public works projects by recognizing the alliance between the managing agency, the consultant, architect, engineer, and the contractor who work together to complete public works projects. And the Via Avenue and Santa Lucia bridges were awarded as a combined project, even though they were formerly 2 separate projects. We're incredibly appreciative of the various community members and residents that have played a key part in these bridge projects. I know Fire was extremely excited to announce the arrival of engine 7564. After spending a year and a half in Florida in production, our new Wildland engine is here. The 4x4 engine gets our firefighters to those hard to reach off-road fire locations. Once radio and equipment are installed, expect to see engine 7564 responding out of Station 2 on West Front Street, replacing engine 7574, which has served Atascadero residents since 2001. This was a long-awaited, very exciting engine to welcome. And then Party for the Planet is happening at the zoo. It's the 13th annual Party for the Planet Earth Day celebration. That'll be on April 20th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. This is a fun way for children of all ages to experience interactive adventures, hands-on activities, exhibits by sustainability conscious businesses, plus a variety of educational demonstrations. These activities are included with general admission. And if you're interested in being an exhibitor, you can go to www.visitatascadero.com/events, and this information will be found at the bottom of the page. The summer concert series has finally been announced. It begins Saturday, June 15th. So come on out to Atascadero Lake Park Bandstand from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for the Saturday in the Park Summer Concert Series. Bring a low back chair. And if you'd like to purchase any food, bring your wallet. All summer concerts are free to attend. The first concert will be June 15th with Rock Odyssey. That's classic rock of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. This week on the downtown pavement project update, the paving work on Palma Avenue will continue between Traffic Way and Rosario. It's part of the separate F14 pavement rehabilitation project. And then downtown district paving work will resume in April, and that'll be the micro surfacing and additional pavement striping. And that won't resume until April because it does require warmer temperatures. For information about the city or our departments, please visit atascadero.org. And all of our event information is always available on visitatascadero.com. And with that, I will conclude the city manager report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Any questions? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. We will move on to community forum. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on an item or any issue that is not on the agenda tonight, but over which the council has jurisdiction. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes, and we do set aside a total of up to 30 minutes for community forum. We ask that you would state your name for the record, and we welcome the first speaker here in chambers. Not sure if you're on.
Is that good? All right.
Oh, there we go.
In business. Thank you. Mayor, council, my name is David Athy. I'm not a resident. My mom and dad live in town. And I just wanted to pass on. I saw the city manager's report and it talked about the Via and the Santa Lucia Bridge. And I just wanted to really give a shout out to the Public Works Department. Ryan Hayes, project manager, Nick DeBar, the public works manager, Ryan Betts, and I apologize, I don't know the rest of the folks in public works, but it takes an incredible amount of time and effort to build two projects of those size, and they're really great assets to the infrastructure of Atascadero. So I just wanted to pass that along and say thank you, and thank you for funding that project.
Thank you, Mr. Athy. Welcome, next speaker.
Good evening, Council. Jeff Oslin. I will first echo those two bridge projects and say Public Works did a phenomenal job on that. It fits our architecture of the city and accomplishes a lot. So that's to be commended. As far as the new fire truck goes, I told our chief that I'm going to call him out tonight. I did not know that he still knew and had his licensing to drive a fire truck. That's pretty impressive that our chief can still drive one. And the shout out, of course, that he did bring it to Kiwanis last week on Thursday, and that is really good for community support in what we do in our community. On another one, I'm sure we've heard that the gas station downtown across from Sunken Gardens is going back to the landholder. And this council has heard things before, and I think maybe it's time that we think what we're doing with that gas station reopening under new management and the ownership again. My concern is the alcohol and tobacco sales that are sold out of there when we're in the school district area and our children come flying through there every day. That this might be the time that we decide it's not conforming enough to do this. We have quite a few incidences in our downtown and Sunken Gardens with certain folks that drink, and we do not want to ever get rid of our open container laws, but this might be the time to revisit what we want to do there now that our downtown is vibrant. We do have plenty of bottle shops, plenty of places that you can get alcohol, and maybe it's time to make a change down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oslin. Anyone else here in chambers wishing to speak for community forum? I'm not seeing any. I'll go to Zoom. If there's anyone on Zoom wishing to speak, go ahead and raise your hand at the bottom of the screen using that raise hand icon. I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing any on the phone either. So we'll go ahead and close community forum. Thank you to those who spoke. And we will now move on to, we have no public hearings tonight, so we're going to move on to our management reports. And our first management report is our general plan update project. And we're going to go through this in a way where we're going to do a little bit of back and forth where between staff, both Director Dunsmore and Ms. Gleason, as well as our consultants, Dan and Laura with MIG, are going to kind of take pieces of it, and we will go in sections, and council will ask some clarifying questions, and we'll do some back and forth. And once we do that, then we will go out for public comment on all of that. We may take a break in there depending on how long this takes, but just wanted to give you the lay of the land before we get started. So I will turn this off to Mr. Dunsmore to give a little intro.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council, and welcome, public, City of Atascadero. We're really proud to present to you another significant phase of the general plan update tonight. Consider tonight a check-in of several check-ins that we're going to be doing throughout this process. Tonight's not a night where we'll be making any final decisions, but tonight is a night where we will be giving some significant direction on the future of our city. Now, I'm joined tonight, as you mentioned, by our team from MIG, Dan Amsden, Roxanne, and we have Laura Stetson as well. I also have our planning manager here, Kelly Gleason, and myself. And between all of us, we're going to try and get through quite a lengthy presentation, answer all of your questions. But the main focus of tonight is to talk about a significant component of the whole general plan update, and that's the map. And that's the general plan map that designates what should go where in our city, and what we call place types, which are just different general plan designations. Now, this is a much higher level discussion, and there's many phases to this project that will come later, and we'll decipher a lot of those details for you tonight. But without much further ado, I'd love to have our consultant team start on this presentation, go through this. We're going to take our time a bit. We're going to pause momentarily through various sections. Each of us are going to kind of present to you a different facet of this project, and just basically let you know how we got here and what we would like to do next. And we're glad that there's some public to provide input on this process as well. And I know there's several property owners that have provided input through this, and we'll be answering some of those questions tonight. Thank you. And I'll introduce Dan with MIG.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and members of the public. Dan Amson with MIG. So I'm going to share the screen here and jump into the presentation, as Phil mentioned. So tonight we're going to talk through essentially four big parts of the presentation. First, I'm just going to give a few project updates and overview of some of the community input and engagement activities that have taken place. And then we're going to dive into these key policy approaches, or we're calling the big moves. They're a collection of land use, mobility, infrastructure, economic development, but really help frame these land use options and changes we're going to talk about tonight. And then get into really the bulk of the discussion, which is the emerging preferred alternative, and then also talk about next steps as well. So a few things on project updates. This is our big overall schedule. And as you can see, there's a lot of different activities that take place during each of the phases. We're really right now towards the end, or tonight culminates the end of the exploring alternatives phase, or phase 3. And over the last 6 months or so, we've had a lot of community discussions, surveys, feedback on these draft alternatives and different ideas and place types, and really coalesced all of that into an emerging preferred alternative, which is tonight's core discussion. This alternative really is the starting point to prepare more detailed policies, goals, and actions as part of the draft general plan, and also allows us to start the environmental analysis as well. All of that will come back to the community and council in the next phase for additional review and refinement as well. So as Phil mentioned, this is a key check-in as we go through the process, but also allows us an opportunity to get into more analysis and review as we move forward in the next few months. So just a few things on the engagement process. There's been a lot of activity. We had pop-up events last October, as well as a community open house at Lakeside Pavilion. So a chance for members of the community to go through, provide ideas and feedback on the various options and place types. We also turned this into a online, very interactive survey as well. Over 640 people participated in the survey. We had nearly 300 choices, comments, ideas. So a lot of feedback between the open houses and the survey that really went into refining the look, the feel, the character of different parts of the Atascadero and some of the options moving forward. Also last fall, we engaged high school students on different policy projects around different components of the general plan as well. And there's a great opportunity to get more engagement, especially from the youth and emerging leaders in the community. But also some creative ideas and some solutions came out of that as well. So again, another thing that has helped really feed these ideas and input that help refine the alternative. In addition, because we're moving into one of the technical pieces of this process, we've had a lot of discussions with city staff from all departments, fire, public works, engineering, really getting input and feedback, reviewing public comments, and using all of this to help refine this emerging preferred alternative. This chart right here, and we'll go in detail in some aspects here further in the presentation, but really kind of outlines the different major phases of the project, or different deliverables and things that have been created, with those two gray vertical columns being the two main areas of community engagement when we did visioning last summer, and also alternatives last fall. With that, I'll pass it back to Phil to talk about some of these big moves.
Thank you, Dan. The big moves. These are 5 big pieces. How, and it really tells us how we're going to go forward with our future. What are the big components that we need to consider? So it began actually in August of last year, where we adopted what we call these true north statements. And essentially they're statements of what we feel about our community. So we maintain this true sense of community, the small town feel, continuing to be a safe, family-friendly place to be, a vibrant downtown, high-quality areas, a balance of rural and traditional, being friendly, effective, fiscally responsible, combining that with open space and creeks and recreational areas, a place where we have ability to not only live, but to also work in town. That is a key component of what we're looking at when we look at future land uses. All of those things together. So we adopted these statements last year, and then we pulled that a step further. I need your clicker here. Oh, perfect. There we go. And we also took it a step further in these general plan vision and guiding principles. And these principles were the basis of formulating these big moves. These big moves really represent the key land use strategies that we're going to suggest tonight to the city council and to the community. And they are starting with A, creating a mix of housing types, attracting new industries and higher wage jobs, improving access, mobility, and safety throughout the community, addressing our public infrastructure needs, as we all know about our freeway overpasses and El Camino and our wastewater needs, all of those things that help us grow and sustain. And of course, most importantly, can we afford these things? Can we afford to run the city and have fiscal sustainability? That's a key thing of land use. So I'm going to briefly touch on these 5 components, and that'll lead us into how we came up with this proposed land use map. So the key policy considerations when we look at different housing types, we have to go inward a little bit in the Atascadero. We don't have a lot of buildable land. We have a lot of topography. We have the Salinas River that kind of restricts us on one side. We've got Highway 101. We have a certain capacity for our wastewater treatment plants, and we have a certain amount of water in our community. But we still have room for additional housing. But most of it really comes in the form of infill, adding density, adding layers. We don't have the land that a lot of our surrounding areas do to throw in thousands of additional units on raw, open, vacant land. So what we're looking at here is there areas for higher density? Is there areas for mixed use? Can we have some of these areas near employment? Secondly, attracting new industries and higher wage jobs. How can we look at our land use map to encourage business investment within these key focus areas? And we'll be talking about these key focus areas in a little bit, where we can incentivize things. We can look at the regulation, streamline the process, hopefully streamline CEQA at the same time, and actively market Atascadero as a business-friendly city and engaging technology, research and development, and similar industries to locate in our city. Key thing is really wanting head of household jobs so we can bring our housing and jobs balance into perspective and get closer to the perfect ratio of 1 job per household or somewhere near that. Right now, we're a little lower than that. And it's also about providing opportunities for flexible building uses and conversion of spaces within key commercial and mixed use focus areas. A lot of times we hear that, we have a lot of commercial spread out throughout a long corridor. How do we really look at effectively focusing what should go where? That's what this process is about. And C, improving access and mobility and safety. Got to have good circulation. That's the skeleton of the city. How can we get across the 101? How can we access the west side with emergency services? How can we eliminate these dead end roads we have in our community and create a network of emergency routes for wildfire prone areas, getting streets into a pattern where they support not only vehicles, but also walking and also bicycling. And addressing the big public infrastructure needs. Really looking at the long-term ways to actually improve the overpasses over our freeway, improving our streetscape along our major corridors, such as El Camino Morro Road. And all of these things can incentivize new development because we shouldn't be putting the costs of these big infrastructure pieces on the backs of every development that comes into town. We've got to look for ways to fund these particular infrastructure items. And that's a big component of making things all work. And lastly, of course, fiscal sustainability. When you've got a good jobs housing balance and you've got a mix of housing and commercial uses that all work together, this comes naturally. So what'll happen after we go through this exercise tonight of mapping and talking about properties is we'll begin to dial down into these things, like looking at fiscal sustainability, looking at what does this result in numbers if we were to really build out as a city. So what this brings us to is sort of the big reveal. It's the emerging preferred alternative.
And I
And
think
right-
we were going to
yeah.
open for questions.
And
at
right
this point,
here,
yeah.
we're going to just pause right here. And so we can go back and answer any of your questions on what we've told you so far before we get into that big reveal.
Perfect. So, in the big moves A through E, or of course, anything that either Dan or Phil talked about, any council questions on those items? Mayor Pro Tem Funk?
Yeah, on the access and mobility and safety element, are we considering in prioritizing safe routes to schools within, our consideration of nodes?
That certainly will be a component that we need to address in our circulation element, which will be a component of our general plan. And typically we would have policies that do speak to that. And our current general plan has policies that speak to that as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're ready to go into the next section. And Phil, I think you were going to do a little intro.
And
on,
now I'm going to introduce Laura Stetson with MIG, and she's going to talk about this emerging preferred alternative, which is really the emerging place types that we're proposing in our city, which then we'll talk about our emerging map that goes with those place types.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The word place types is kind of a funny term. You might think of it as a planning term, but what it does is it describes how land is used, not just what use is on the property, what density or intensity is it built at, but what does it look like? How does it interact with its neighbors? What's the relationship to the street? So as part of this general plan, we wanted to create land use designations that provide a really good picture of what Atascadero is looking to achieve in these areas. Now, this isn't zoning. Zoning gets down to the level of detail of what exactly can the property be used for, what types of uses, how tall is a building, what are the setbacks, what are my open space requirements. That's for later. That's once the general plan's adopted, the city will need to go back and make sure the zoning code has the right regulations in place to put this vision forward. So the place types, think of it as a vision for the neighborhoods, vision for the business districts, a vision for the different parts that together knit the entire fabric of Atascadero together. And these place types work to create a land use diagram. I know it's probably really hard to see at this scale. And so what we're going to be doing is having Phil and Kelly walk you through focus areas. And most of the changes that are proposed, or tweaks, if you will, relate to the major corridors in the community. I think what will come out of the discussion this evening as anything that shows up on the map in that light yellow color or a little darker canary color are your single family neighborhoods where really nothing is proposed to change as part of this general plan over the 20-year horizon, 20+ year horizon of this general plan. So that's important to keep in mind, that the change is in a focused area with these place types. So as I mentioned, place types talk about the character, not just the use. Is it residential? Is it multifamily residential? Is it a commercial use or industrial? But it talks about the character of those uses as well. And so what I'd like to do is walk you through the place types. And then at the end of that discussion, I think we have another chance to pause for questions if any of the council members have questions about the place types. Starting with rural residential and very low density residential. As I mentioned, this makes up, I'm just going to hazard a guess, probably 3/5, maybe over 3/5 of the city. Most of the west side of the community is in a rural residential place type or land use designation. It is today, and the proposal is that that would continue. So those are properties that are fairly low intensity, largely because of terrain or habitat, lack of access, high fire hazard areas, but most critically, there's no sewer service out there. So you can't build at the intensities that you can where there is sewer service. So both the rural residential and the very low density residential are shown on this map as place types, which you're familiar with already, I think, in terms of that rural residential land use. Low density residential, this is a place type from 5 to 12 units per acre. That's what the DU per acre indicates. And it could be standalone single family on small lots, a small lot single family subdivision, but it could also be duplexes or triplexes or fourplexes, or even what is termed a cottage cluster, which might be a lot of smaller houses around a courtyard that would be shared open space. So it's a different way of doing different types of residential use. It would be up to the property owner and the developer as to how they would want to implement this. And there are a lot of options for them within that density range. The next density range up is medium density residential. And I think historically you may have wanted to call this multifamily residential. And this is as high as the density currently goes. I think in Atascadero is up to 24 units per acre. So that's still, you still have this opportunity, this place type, but it opens up it a little bit more beyond the cottage courts to townhomes. And even maybe small stacked flat apartments. If somebody wanted to do that, you could do that within that density range at a fairly economically effective project. There's a new proposal to introduce a little bit higher density within some of the focus areas, and that would go up to 36 units per acre. This could be either ownership or rental. Again, property owner's choice. It could be apartments or it could be condominiums, townhomes. Really opportunities for first-time home buyers because of the economies of scale, and you'd be able to get a little bit smaller units maybe and allow kids who have moved away from Atascadero to come back and buy their first home. There is a proposal to continue a mixed use designation, which your current general plan has, but really has never been effectuated through any type of zoning. So there wasn't the mechanism put in place to allow mixed use other than just allowing it in the commercial zones, which isn't entirely effective. And it wasn't at a density that would really encourage that type of use. And so the mixed use designation, you can see on the maps, the council can probably see it a little bit better on their screens than the public can, that those would be spread along the El Camino corridor in certain locations and along the Morro Road corridor, but allow for either horizontal mixed use, meaning you would have separate commercial and residential on the back, maybe a commercial on the front, residential behind, or it could be stacked vertical mixed use. Again, the details of which would be defined in the zoning code, but the general plan will set the vision for what that means. In downtown currently is designated for mixed use, and you can see a lot of great things going on down here through that designation. So there's no real plan to change that, maybe other than bumping up the density a little bit. And we can go into that during the focus areas if you have particular questions about downtown. Currently, the city has a lot of commercial zones. And I think it might be perplexing to a business that comes in and is wondering where they can put, say, a salon. And your multitude of commercial zones kind of try to nitpick where different things could go in the community for reasons prior planners can probably explain to us, hopefully. But the general plan is looking to rectify that by saying, commercial is commercial. And we want to have a healthy commercial environment with service commercial and restaurants and places where we can buy socks, whatever else we need to buy, but maybe not spread it all up and down the El Camino corridor, concentrate it at nodes where people come off the freeway or it's easily accessible to adjacent neighborhoods. And so the commercial designation or place type is going to be redefined to be just commercial and just at locations where it makes sense and with uses that are non-impactful if there is a residential neighborhood adjacent to it. The second commercial designation or place type that's proposed is called community recreation. And this is something that I think the city manager suggested when we were talking about land use alternatives back several months ago last summer. There are a couple of properties in town that are challenged maybe due to flooding or other constraints on the property that might not let them be used for residential or a high intensity commercial, but they might be entirely appropriate for a recreation use that has an outdoor component that maybe isn't so bad if it floods or some of the other impacts. And so community recreation would allow these uses that are commercial in nature, that are private, and that would serve the needs of Atascadero residents as well as visitors to the community. To address the heavier commercial type uses like your storage yards or auto repair, or things that are a little bit more intensive that you might not want adjacent to residential areas. There is a new proposal to address that through two categories: innovation flex and industrial, to really recategorize the industrial place type. So it's those uses that bring value to Atascadero and that the community feels that it needs, because there is a demand for some certain types of industrial uses. So this industrial place type is proposed, but the innovation flex is something new. And I think Phil or Kelly has described it to us as roll-up doors. It's the kind of place that's a funky new industrial use where you might have somebody putting in a coffee shop with a roll-up door, but you've also got maker space behind where somebody's building cabinets or small electronic parts or something that is creative, or that really involves a manufacturing type use, but one that is not, again, impactful, not a lot of noise, not a lot of smells, not a lot of dust, not a lot of traffic. And then lastly, there are place types that address open space as well as public uses. And so the conservation parks and open space place type really applies to public lands that are used for parks, active park space, or creeks, or zoos, or anything that is of a publicly accessible nature and is open space for recreation or for conservation of resources. And then lastly, the public, quasi-public place type applies only to government facilities and quasi-government facilities, your schools, city hall, fire station, the state hospital, so things that are operated by a government entity. And one place type that we don't have on the slides, but there are a couple of uses throughout the town, is agriculture, recognizing that, yes, we love Christmas tree farms and other things. And so the agriculture designation or place type would apply to those. So all in all, those are the place types that come together, and they are based on direction that we heard from the city council, a lot of feedback from the community through the events that Dan described, and also looking at what the community's long-term goals are for, as Phil mentioned, for jobs growth and achieving a better jobs housing balance came into play. And land use capacity analysis, or what infrastructure is able to support. So there are a lot of different pieces in addition to the vision that went into creating those place types and then placing those place types on the map to create the overall future vision for land use in Atascadero. Important to note that this doesn't mean that this has to happen tomorrow. Property owners can continue with what they want to do on their current property, but in the future, the city would like to evolve towards these place types in these locations. And what we do want to talk in detail about this evening are the focus areas where these place types would apply. There are some maps in the back, that printed maps. If anybody wanted to pick those up, I can see that people avail themselves of that because it's hard to see this. But I think, Mayor, were we going to pause again for questions?
Yes, we
on
were.
place
Thank
types?
you, Laura. And I want to emphasize two things that you said. One, if you look at this map, the vast majority of Atascadero is that rural residential, and we're not losing that. I know sometimes when we start talking about density, people think like, oh my gosh, we're becoming LA. We're not becoming LA. That's not happening. We're keeping that rural, kind of feel, that rural residential area. And we're certainly constrained when it comes to fire, sewer system, things like that. So that's not even an option to suddenly mow that down and become high rises. So I want to make sure that not just those of you here, but those of you in the public watching, knowing that we are keeping that rural nature that we have. And lastly, it's good to know that even though we're talking about zoning in certain ways, like we start talking about, units per acre, really this conversation, what we're doing tonight is general plan, which is a little higher level. And so that zoning and all those details will come later. Doesn't mean you can't ask questions about that or it might not pop up, but those aren't the decisions being made tonight. We're keeping that more, again, that high level, the place making type or place sets. What are those called again? No, place set sounds like dinnerware.
Place types.
Place types. There we go. Place types. So With that, I will look to council for any questions. Just kind of come down the row here. So I'm not standing with Council Mandera's, Councilmember Borbo. Any questions on the
I have
place
a
types?
sort of a comment question, and that is, I'm sure I'm not the only one who thought it a little odd, the phraseology in terms of low density. With some of those, you need 4 to 12 units or whatever. It is not low density. It seems like our nomenclature is off a little bit. And normally I don't care about titles, but I think it would be very confusing to the public on some of these, the quantity of units per acre being described as low density. It's like we're kind of off a notch on that. Like I said, normally I don't care, but I think it's one of those things that I think would be confusing to the public if you use the name that you're putting into the thing, or putting into this preferred alternative or in the place types as you've described them. So I don't know if my colleagues feel the same way or not, and whether that could be easily changed.
Well, we can like kind of put a pin in that, but I don't know. Lori, did you have anything to say in terms of why we went with those designations?
It just seemed to be a natural progression from the rural residential to low, very low density to low density to medium to high. We could absolutely call them something else if it's the pleasure of the council.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
A couple of technical questions first. First of all, throughout the documents that lots of folks are reading here in the room, there's a reference to FAR max. Could you define that acronym?
Floor area ratio. And it's commonly a tool used by communities to basically define how many square feet of building can go on a property based on the size of the property. We're not proposing to do that for Atascadero. We were doing that on these maps for our own edifice so that we could really calculate sort of the full build out. But it's not anything we need to be concerned about in terms of policy making. It's just simply a tool we're using internally. And actually, we've omitted that for most of these slides here.
Okay, thank you. And then the other technical question is in the various calculations in the categories that Councilmember Burbo was mentioning and taking some exception to, how are ADUs counted? When you talk about 1 to 4 units per acre, is an ADU a unit? Is a junior ADU also a
So
unit?
State law requires
Or
that we do not count ADUs as density. So when we say 1 to 4 units, that's the base density of a property. ADUs aren't included in that calculation.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And then a high level question. We've in the materials that you presented so far, there's a lot of discussion about our need to rectify the jobs housing balance that our community has by creating more jobs oriented things to build the base for our community. The other thing that we've talked about regularly that I don't hear as much here is the need to make sure we have our commercial uses and our residential uses planned in concert together so that where we have resident serving commercial uses, that the residential density in the surrounding area is sufficient to support the profitability of the kinds of commercial uses that we're envisioning. That's the kind of thinking that is helping us get the downtown more vibrant and to create the kinds of tax generating business opportunities that help feed our city's coffers and enable us to serve the residents that we're doing. To what extent is that aspect of thinking also, I mean, I see it's kind of underlying in the numbers, but are we really thinking about that and making sure that the commercial vibrancy of our community in creating experiences and shopping and dining that our people want is also central to the economic vision of how we're developing the community?
You gave us a really good segue onto the discussion of the focus areas, because that really what the focus areas are looking to do is to create that symbiosis and to not just spread commercial up and down El Camino Real, but to create districts and nodes and walking areas and not over commercial Atascadero, but make sure that you have the rooftops that you're looking for to support the commercial businesses. So that was an absolutely critical component of putting the map together.
And that's our next section that we're
Okay.
getting to.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that thinking and vision was still well embedded in the approach we're looking at.
Councilmember Newsom.
I just have a couple questions of clarifying. The DU/AC just means density unit, right?
Dwelling units per acre. It's a measure.
Oh,
of density.
dwelling units. Thank
Yes.
you. And then on here, you talked about ADUs are not counting, but are the grandfathered mother-in-law units and things that are already like multiple units on the property counting?
If you're speaking of accessory dwelling units, they still wouldn't count. There's all kinds of different types of units, and of course, there's SB9 now, and sometimes there's units that were built before the city was incorporated. So those are just all existing. And so what we're talking about is what could be built in the property in the future. But in some cases, those may count towards density units, and a property may already be built out because of that. So it all depends what those units are, where they are.
What separates an ADU from a mother-in-law unit?
A mother-in-law unit is just an older terminology for the same thing, an accessory dwelling unit. So now we used to call them secondary dwelling units, mother-in-law units, granny units. They're all the same thing. They're accessory dwelling units or an ADU.
And we're just not counting those going
So
forward.
the state law doesn't allow us to count them as density going forward.
You were talking about how in the past, we haven't had a mechanism for mixed use. So it's been in the general plan, but we haven't had a mechanism by which to, put that in place. So once we do, I'm just curious, will that require less approvals in the future and make that process quicker when someone comes forward with a mixed use project that is, got the general plan and has the zoning mechanism in place?
That is up to us. We could make it a really difficult process, or we could make it very easy. So
All right.
that comes in the design of the zoning regulations and the
Okay.
design of the zoning map. And so we could make mixed use a conditionally allowed use in certain areas. We could make mixed use allowed by right in certain areas, and we can apply objective design standards to mixed use to say, hey, you can do 50% of your ground floor in residential, 50% in commercial, just as an example, or whatever, what have you. And you can say, hey, if you go over this percentage, you're a CUP. If you stay below this percentage, you're not a CUP. So we can design all those things. And that's what we would hope to have in our zoning ordinance as that
Okay.
we craft after
So
this.
at worst, it will stay the same, but ideally some of it will get, meaning the process would be smoother and easier.
The hope
moving
is that
forward.
it's more objective and it's more streamlined and it's not a hearing process for every mixed use project, that they are allowed
Right.
by right. And that's where the state wants us to go as well. And so a lot of the standards they're adopting are mandating that we adopt these standards by right.
Thank you. All right, now, Director, you again, I think you're going to intro the focus areas and you and Ms. Gleason will go back and forth on those.
Yes, we're going to now zoom in just a little bit. You've seen the bigger picture. Now we're going to get a little closer and show you some of the details so we can really tell you about each piece of the city, each part of the city, and tell you what's going on where. And these are really the primary opportunity areas for new buildings, uses, activities, and investments based on the city council previous comments, the planning commission's previous comments, STAC, which is our staff technical advisory committee that's made up of our fire chief and our police chief and our public works director, myself, some of our planning team, and some others that got together because we know the resources and those things that are available, along with our community feedback, and really came up with these focus areas. Each of them have a distinctive set of land uses, community amenities, and other features. They were identified based on a few factors, areas that can really accommodate the growth and the community design objectives, areas that are already designated for commercial or mixed use or industrial. What are they today? Areas obviously that have good access along the corridors, and areas that we can actually serve with infrastructure, whether that's water, wastewater, firefighting. Can we get to these properties? And areas that have the potential to become more walkable and more economically viable. So these are some factors that we put into place. Now, of course, we had a lot of landowner requests as well. Not all the landowner requests could we incorporate in these focus areas. Quite a few of them we did. And the ones that we did, they may not perfectly suit exactly what the property owner wants, but instead they might be a combination of what the property owner wants and what we can actually accommodate in the community. Our presentation seems to have paused on us for a moment, but I'm not pausing. So here we go. All right. So without further ado, we're going to actually get into those community focus areas. And here's where we can really talk about those fine details. And Kelly knows a lot about some of these areas of the city. So I'm going to let her.
And before
Give
you
you-
do that, if I could just give a council a heads up, we're going to go through A through E. Is that still the case? A through E, and then we'll pause for any questions on A through E, and then Mr. Dunsmore will finish out the remaining ones and we'll ask questions on those.
Thank you, Mayor. So our first focus area, where I think we're going to go from the north end of town down, basically. So the first focus area is the Ramona Road area. So this is on the west side of 101 near Del Rio along Ramona Road. So currently it's a mixture of public zoning designation and rural residential. Through our other community meetings and focus group meetings with the council, it was determined that this area might be good for some expanded commercial type growth. So the current preferred land use alternative map shows this as that innovative flex zone. So this would not be a mixed use zone, but would allow for that roll up door type space and spaces that are somewhat compatible with the adjacent residential, but that expand the opportunity for commercial development. So the vision statement for this area was to create a light industrial and business park zone that abutted Highway 101 and took advantage of the closeness of the highway and goods and services, as well as being compatible with the residential neighborhood. What we heard from some of our community feedback questions about this area was that most people were in support of creating this more commercial light industrial zone and concentrating some employment generating uses at the Del Rio node. And we can see from our statistics chart that we would be adding a fairly decent amount of jobs using this land use designation in this location. So the next focus area is on the east side of the freeway at Del Rio. So this is where our marketplace development is going in, and we have Del Rio Ranch hopefully coming forward with some revised plans soon. This is the area that borders between El Camino Real and the freeway. It's currently our commercial park designation, which was always intended to be sort of that light industrial zoning district, but maybe not honed through our zoning in the way that we had envisioned it moving forward in the future. So this area has been designated as mostly that innovation flex zone again to really concentrate on employment generating uses. And we also looked at the node at Del Rio and El Camino as an opportunity for mixed use and commercial development. So that would be a little bit different than the innovation flex zone, and again, would provide more of those pedestrian oriented uses and entertainment uses, restaurants, retail, things of that nature for those neighborhoods in the area. Through our community feedback, what we heard is definitely designating retail and tourist serving uses at the corners to allow for that more pedestrian intensity and community serving intensity there, and then expanding that clean industrial innovation flex zone to the north and south. As you can see with the mixed use designation, this could allow for some additional residential in this area, but really focusing on jobs creation. So coming a little bit farther south and across the street from where we were just talking about is our San Benito focus area. So this currently has very large lot rural residential parcels abutting El Camino Real. El Camino Real is one of our major arterial roads. It also has sewer availability and can handle a lot more traffic than some of our other streets. So to have 2.5 to 10 acre lots abutting El Camino doesn't really utilize that area of town very efficiently. So what we are proposing with our land use alternative map is a series of multifamily zones within that area on the east side of El Camino Real that would provide a transition to the existing rural residential. Most of the rural residential farther east doesn't have access to sewer or services of that nature. And so we're looking to sort of create a transitionary zone and then higher density residential abutting along El Camino Real. So this area in particular obviously would be housing focused and would allow for the creation of more dwelling units. And those dwelling units would then support the commercial at the Del Rio node and across the street in our new flex zone. We did hear a lot about transitions in our public outreach for this area. And so that more orange zone that's proposed is that lower density multifamily 5 to 12 units per acre, which would hopefully accommodate some small lot single family and smaller scale garden apartments within the higher density along El Camino. So the next focus area is at San Anselmo. We had a lot of public comment about what to do with this area. This is where the Kmart Center currently is, and there's some underutilized commercial properties as well as some opportunities for residential. So this one kind of has a mix of some commercial zones proposed. We can see that Innovation Flex Zone off to the north where it would connect with the Del Rio San Benito area. And then the red zone, as Laura was saying, is a zone that's specifically just designated for commercial. So that wouldn't necessarily allow mixed use, and that would allow for some intense commercial uses on some of those larger lots that face El Camino and are located adjacent to the freeway. And then we also saw some opportunities for mixed use zoning where we have some deeper lots on the east side of El Camino that could be utilized to add some residential units to help support that commercial node, as well as on the west side of the freeway in the San Paulo area, could have some mixed use potential. There was some support for exploring horizontal mixed use in this zone where there are deep lots. And so again, the general plan designation is that overarching mixed use, residential and commercial would be allowed. And then through our adoption of zoning standards, we can determine different zones in that mixed use that might allow for horizontal or might specifically require vertical, and then that portion will come later. This is our Traffic Way and Sycamore Road focus area. So this is our existing industrial area within the city. As we have said numerous times, we don't have a lot of area to expand within our city. And so this is our sort of existing and remaining opportunity for industrial land. There's kind of two areas that are accommodated with our industrial land use designation. That's along Traffic Way as we go east of town, and also along Sycamore Road. Some of the comments we received from council and the community was to transition away from heavy industrial. So industrial doesn't necessarily have to be what some people think of as industrial, as really sort of, dirty or, storage-based uses. We can, through our zoning ordinance, hone those uses to be a little bit more clean industrial, still provide those services that our residents need, such as auto repair and things of that nature, and making sure that they are compatible with the adjacent neighborhoods that are there. We can also look at zoning that creates more of a business park character that allows for some of those uses to be compatible in that way as well. What we did hear from community feedback was a little bit mixed. There was definitely a lot of support for that along Traffic Way. When we got over to the Sycamore parcels, there was some mixed results in that. There is recognition of need to maintain some of our industrial land and provide those opportunities. But it is along the Salinas River, which the community also recognized as an essential resource that we have there. And so there was also some exploration of trying to expand some of our open space allowances along that Sycamore Road area. And I think that we are pausing for comments.
Yes, we are. So questions, I'll go from my right to my left this time. So starting with Councilmember Newsom.
I think we have an advantage over the audience in the fact that we have really big drawings up here. But we do need magnifying glasses at some point to try to gauge as we're moving and trying to compare from one to the other. So I have some questions starting with Ramona Road focus area, trying to understand the logistics of where that new proposed area is in comparison to some of the residential. Isn't that currently residents?
So half of the properties are currently designated as public, and then a portion of them are currently designated as residential. There's a couple of churches out there. I believe that the Mormon church is on one of the residentially designated properties, and then there's another church within the public zone.
There are cross streets.
Oh, that is, so Conejo Road is the one that kind of bisects the area, and that goes to sort of, I don't know if I would call it the backer side of Apple Valley, the Apple Valley neighborhood.
Okay. So when we first started it, for some reason, I was further down on the layout of our city plan. So that one was a little harder. Okay, so now I know. All right, so I'm good with that one. As we go on to be Del Rio focus area, do we still at this time not allow drive-throughs in the new general plan update?
So none of our zoning policies would change at this point in time, and none of our land use policies. That would come after the fact. And so there's kind of two layers to that. We can always do that through very specific zoning in areas where we maybe can't accommodate drive-through restaurants without some significant traffic upgrades and interchange upgrades. We can also still have our policy that overlays our zoning that says, you know, even if the zoning maybe says that this is okay in this larger zoning area, we still have a policy that would limit those based on traffic concerns.
And those traffic concerns would affect both Del Rio, be in focus area of Anselmo and San Benito.
Not Sam, yeah, I don't, well.
So I guess
that's an
our
area.
focus area that's called San Benito, yes, would be within those interchange areas.
Yeah, because it's still on the El Camino corridor between the two off ramps of San Anselmo and Del Rio, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then on to C, San Benito, when we're looking at this plan layout, is this, you mentioned the Kmart location, how does it affect the current logistics and commercial properties for car dealerships? Is that still allowable?
So at the San Anselmo focus area, we are retaining a large portion just for commercial. So not giving that over to mixed use or any other designations that would accommodate residential. And in doing so, it holds space for those larger commercial type uses.
That are already in existence. Okay.
Correct.
Great. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Okay. Starting with the Ramona Road focus area. The city has some land somewhere out in that vicinity on hold for Fire Station 3. Can you tell me how this would affect that and the Ramona Road realignment that's envisioned is part of the Del Rio project?
Yeah, so there's currently, if you can see kind of transparented out at the north end of the proposed flex zone, that's a commercial designated property, and that's the property that the city currently owns. So Ramona Road would be routed to be adjacent to Apple Valley, and that property would still remain under city ownership and zoned commercial. Of course, retaining it under city ownership means that we can retain a portion for Fire Station 3.
Okay. So it doesn't change. Well, yeah.
Correct.
What happens in this? Okay. Sorry, I have to hit to large things. I'm moving to the San Benito focus area. As we're adding more housing into this section of town, one of the challenges that I see here is that we really have very little park space in this part of town. There are all the bigger, and there's really no place to put a soccer field complex or anything like that in this part of town. But can we address needs for open space and parks that are walkably accessible to these residential areas as part of the zoning standards particular to those areas? Or does that need to be done in some other fashion?
So what we have as part of our objective design standards that will be coming before you soon are open space standards. We've had open space standards in our zoning code before, and what we're hoping to do with our objective design standards is hone those open space standards to make them more quality and more shared common spaces. So in that regard, I think that we will be able to move forward with some more quality open spaces per development.
Okay. And continuing on that theme, how does this interact with the state density bonus program? Because one of the things that I see in DRC a lot is that developers have the right to ask for certain concessions to city requirements as part of a density bonus in program. And that typically the two things that are adjusted are open space requirements and parking. So can we do something that crafts open space that won't just immediately get overridden by responses to the state the
Yeah, we
density
can
bonus law.
certainly look into what our options are for that with our zoning standards and implementation.
Okay. What's the impact on this with the San Benito focus area on the people self-help housing Del Rio Ridge project?
That is to the north and is outside of this area.
Okay, thank you. There is in the San Anselmo focus area. Thank you for addressing the mixed use issue, horizontal versus vertical. There was a property owner that was interested in having, this right adjacent to this, to the east, looking at allowing medium density abutting this thing. Is that something that we'll get to when we go through the individual request items?
That request came in a little bit after that chart was put together, but we certainly can talk about that when we get to the property owner requests.
Okay, thank you. And then traffic way Sycamore, I've had a little bit more extensive questions on that. I saw that in the community feedback that we have considerable interest in creating access and recreational opportunities along the Salinas River. So if we think about the river big picture, in what we're doing here, have we identified and can we accommodate a vision of the river as an asset for family-friendly recreation, education, and ultimately ecotourism where we have different uses at different points along the river, but have an overall vision of maintaining continuity of trail through that and retaining the value of the river as a long-term community asset.
Yes, we can do those things if we have council consensus. I think there's a number of ways that we can do that. We can do that through general plan policy about how we treat the river. We can do that through development standards in terms of potential setbacks or ensuring that we're above a flood elevation or ensuring that, certain things happen within that area. So that can be done even if there is an industrial zoning placed on the property through development standards.
Mm-hmm. And in this particular stretch, which is sort of one of the homelier stretches of the Salinas, is it possible to shape our zoning requirements in such a way that what we're attracting there are business uses where the riverside as a natural setting would be an asset and not just sort of an afterthought, but the kinds of things where you would have where the uses would want to be good partners with the river space because it's cool to have a trail that you can walk outside and hop down the up or down the river at lunchtime, or check to see what's happening with the bald eagle down the way.
A piece of that can be put in place through policy development as we write a general plan policy for this particular area. But the real piece of it happens when you adopt zoning standards and zoning regulations and things like, okay, on the Salinas River for a development project that's in the industrial zone, you'd have the following property development standards, such as a setback from the river, required access to the river, required treatment of amenities along the river, required percentage of the property set aside for open space. All those things can occur. You can see on these maps, even though we thought about this 20 years ago and we set aside open space closer to the river on all these properties already, as you can see in the existing and proposed maps. And for example, when you're along Sycamore Road, there's a flat portion that's got a commercial zoning. Then there's a big berm that separates these properties from the river, and that's where you enter that open space district. But all those things can be adjusted through zoning standards or even through these preliminary place type maps and land use zoning maps. So, and you can do all of that. Now, the difficult thing about these properties along the Salinas River, just as an aside point, they're primarily all owned by the Atascadero Mutual Water Company. They do have planned expansion of their facilities there, and there's no sewer service available to them now or in the near term forecast. So they're very limited in what can go here anyway. And so that's just a good thought to think about, when what the best use is for this area. It's challenging. But then again, as we search for expanded industrial, where does it go? You know,
Is there thought to having sewer service access through some of this area in the future?
it'd probably be a good thing for our public works director to weigh in on what the long-term forecast is for that area and how that could occur. And, you know, what do we, as we expand our wastewater treatment plant now, you know, that's not going to be a component of it because this is more of the infrastructure. But I don't know if Nick, can you comment on that for this location on Sycamore?
Sure. So we do have sewer there, but it's a big force main and we can't tie into it with services because it's on a high pressure. The River Gardens area is one area that we're looking, those 5 areas that we identified with the septic design standards to extend sewer to. But right now, Sycamore is not one of those areas. So we'd have to look at that and see how easy it would be. Might require a lift station. I don't know offhand at this point.
Okay, thank you. And last question at this stage. What is it possible with the focus area crafted the way it is presented in these documents to ensure continuity of the De Anza Trail along this entire stretch of the Salinas River within Atascadero?
Yes, and that's already in our general plan policies now, and there's no intent to change that. And there's already portions of the De Anza Trail. And in fact, any project that goes in, because of the existing policy and even our future general plan, we should have policy. We would put conditions in place to ensure that they either maintain, replace, or even extend sections of those trail where we have the opportunity. In fact, we did a nice walk with the National Park Service this past Friday to see the De Anza Trail sections and talk to them about these opportunities and how we can work together to continue doing that.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Borgo.
Thank you. On the Ramona area focus, Ramona Road focus area, as mentioned, there's, a couple churches out there. There's Woods Humane Society, and then and farther south, there's several houses. Is where the houses are in the currently zoned residential suburban, are they on sewer, or is sewer available there? If this is
They're
rezoned
not,
to flex?
they're not on sewer today. It's potential they could be extended down here. There is sewer on Del Rio. There is sewer in Apple Valley and a lift station in Apple Valley. There's a potential to connect with that.
But currently the churches are not.
Currently the churches are
Woods
not.
is
They're on
not.
septic. Woods is not. Woods wants to do a massive expansion and build a new facility. And as part of that, they would extend sewer to their property. They're trying to get funding for that now.
But as you visualize the flex place type, that is typically going to be a sewered
It would probably
use.
need sewer to work properly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. And then, as mentioned, there's a couple churches there. If somebody wanted to build a church over there, they'd still be allowed to do that under innovation flex zone, or would that kind of there wouldn't be any more new churches in the area?
That's a level of detail that we can decide later what
Okay.
should be in that flex
Okay.
zone. But
That's fine.
typically churches are allowed in most zoning districts. And so
Got it.
it's not typical that we prohibit a church in any of the zoning districts. It might be some districts require a CUP and some districts are allowed by right. It depends where the city wants to incentivize those uses to go. But
Got
we
it.
can craft those details later.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. And on Del Rio focus area, of course, this is just a narrow sliver of properties between El Camino Real and the freeway, and explicitly what we call the Barrow Creek area, the Del Rio Marketplace, the Walmart properties are not in this focus area, and they are not affected really in any direct way by this general plan update, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. On C, the San Benito focus area, where is the sewer availability? We're looking at that under the proposal to have, higher density along El Camino, going all the way, straight from residential suburban to, fairly high density, potentially even multifamily. I assume there is sewer available on El Camino, correct?
Yes.
What about for the back half of this, the kind of more orangey colored?
So it all slopes downhill towards El Camino.
Okay.
So you can easily gravity feed into the mains on El Camino to get that.
Got
As
it.
you head further east, that becomes more problematic because then your topography changes. And so that's why this boundary is limited to where it is.
Gotcha. And follow on to a couple
It's-
of questions that Mayor Pro Tem Funk asked.
I think our Public Works Director wanted to weigh in on that as well. Sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt you.
Councilmember Burbo, it does slope down to El Camino. And one of the next stage of this process will be evaluating a lot of that and seeing what mains need to be upsized to accommodate this future growth as well. And I do know that some of those sewers down El Camino are, pretty impacted right now, but still have some capacity. So we'll be looking at a lot of that in the next stage of the project.
Thank you. Yeah, I drove, there's definitely downhill. And we would potentially look at something we've discussed in the past, which would be a road in the middle there that would kind of go down in order to facilitate the development of these properties, like developing Sia Road or something.
Yeah, that's correct. I think we would envision a policy that would require some level of road and potentially adoption of a plan line that would show road. And, the original thought is kind of where it follows that boundary between the zoning designations.
Right. And to follow up on a couple of earlier questions, you mentioned that, ADUs don't count. So these dwelling unit counts in terms of the number of dwelling units could be added in this focus area and each of the focus areas where you show additional dwelling units. So let's say, there's 80 existing units, you could see adding 445. That would not count any additional ADUs, although perhaps in this particular designation, there might not be as many ADUs, but
Right, that's correct. So with multifamily, ADUs are a little different. The
Right.
state does require that we do permit some ADUs within multifamily. It's a little bit more limited than what you would see in a single family designation.
but on the back orange side where you go from residential suburban to, let's say, very well, low density residential, there could still be some ADUs in that.
There could be some in any multifamily designation, but it wouldn't necessarily be one-to-one, one per primary dwelling unit. It's a little bit different calculation for multifamily.
But any of those would not be counted in these additional projected units.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And the
Then-
key is no covered parking.
Yeah. And then Mayor Pro Tem Funk mentioned the issue of parks. And, in some cities, if this whole area were a single project and you were, a developer was building 300 homes, you might condition them to, add a 2-acre park or something. But as even the audience, I think, can see from all of the kind of faded lines up there, there's probably 100 parcels in this area, presumably mostly under separate ownership, and you're not going to condition, a tenth of an acre out of this person and a tenth of an acre out of that one. I'm not sure how you would address amenities like that in this type of a focus area.
It's a great question. And as we mentioned before, we are developing standards that have really good private open space standards and common amenities in each thing that can have some small level of sports facilities. But I think what you're talking about is how do you get a regional park when you see a big expansion area like this? And you're right, there's no way to really do it unless you've got a big project that comes through and you can provide that nexus. However, each of these projects, even if it's a 2, 3, 4, 5 unit project, does pay into the city's development impact fees, which does pay for parks. And so then the city has to plan that in the future. Now, as part of this whole general plan update process, we do have to do an exercise that says, what is our ratio for parks? Where can we plan for parks? And we have to consider as we move forward, setting aside land, and it has to be publicly owned land where we can do those things unless we get a major subdivision, unless we get something like Eagle Ranch that comes along. But on this end of the town, it is probably going to be piecemeal. It's probably going to be a little bit at a time. And it is going to be something that is going to potentially be a deficiency that's going to be a challenge for us. So I think it's a great discussion to have now. We need to continue to collect fees to get there, but the difficulty is where's that property going to come from? But in the meantime, we are going to incrementally require these outdoor use areas in these smaller projects. So at least we get that.
Right. But I mean, conceptually, you could collect fees and then the city goes out and buys an acre and turns it into.
That is the hope in the future. And
Gotcha.
right now, we do not have specific land identified for that, in this particular part of the city, other than potentially expanding our sports fields in the south end of the city at Paloma Park. But that's, too far from this to be served to this neighborhood.
Right. and the park area over in Apple Valley is too small for this level of population. Okay.
Exactly.
I'm going to skip D, and on E, you mentioned transition away from heavy industrial and storage uses in favor of light industrial. And I'm thinking along Traffic Way there, because the potential uses pretty much on the water company are pretty limited for a number of reasons. But, I understand like that desire, but where would a heavier industrial use go?
And so I think when we said heavier industrial use, what we're really talking about is losing land for outdoor storage, losing land for even for indoor storage, because Atascadero is so limited on in industrial land. We're so limited in heavy commercial land where we can see that in industry, where we can support some head of household jobs. It's very critical that we are very careful with our land use strategies so that we don't lose land to that. Maybe there isn't room in Atascadero for a large outdoor RV storage area or another large storage facility. Maybe they do have to go somewhere else where there's a lot more land to supply that. Our city cannot grow physically beyond its boundaries without really significant changes happening long-term in the future. So in this general plan cycle, we don't see our city growing its boundaries. We see growing inward. So it makes it very challenging to meet our jobs housing balance and to create fiscal sustainability if we do lose large swaths of land to land uses that are essentially what I'll call dead land uses that do not provide jobs, do not provide revenue for the community. And so that's a strong consideration that this council needs to make as we move forward and dialing in those land uses and as we move forward with a new zoning standard. Do we have to include storage on a larger property? We don't.
But I mean, there's
So-
a substantial difference between storage, which is, as you say, relatively non-productive, not very job producing, and industrial. I'm thinking about if somebody, wanted to make, manufacture a product.
Then
here,
that's great. I don't think we were meaning that. So I think
Or-
heavy industry where there's jobs and where it's clean industry and it's indoors is what we do need. I think what we're talking about is outdoors when you're crushing rock and you have a quarry and you have a huge, outdoor, very aggressive kind of situation. But unfortunately, our industrial zones are either surrounded by quiet residential or they're surrounded by quiet natural resources like the Salinas River. So we just don't have room for it. It's really challenging. We don't have large properties like some of our adjoining cities have that, aren't surrounded by these things.
I understand.
So-
I was just concerned that, as you change from heavy to light, that you don't leave out job producing industrial uses.
Exactly. I think it's
Somebody's
wonderful.
manufacturing, I don't know,
Yeah.
spiral staircases or something, some sort of metallurgical.
And those
work
aren't
things.
considered heavy. Those are indoor
Okay.
manufacturing uses that are considered light. And in fact, when we look at some of the other focus areas on the south end of town, you'll see that we're trying to add more industrial in areas that are just retail today.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Daris?
Yeah, thank you. We can leave it on this one because I'll just work backwards. Just a couple of questions on that with even changing the zoning from, I don't know if you, well, it's not called heavy industrial, but industrial to light industrial. You said that there's not the infrastructure out there now for sewer. What's out there now is currently on septic or using septic.
That's right. The Sycamore Industrial Park is not connected to sewer and uses septic today.
So can anything actually be built out there now and add a new septic system? Are they too close to the river? They know what the laws and codes and whatnot. I mean, is it even buildable to do anything?
So it would be challenging to meet the Regional Water Quality Board standards to do a septic system. And I don't know the specific answer to that right now, whether that could actually be done with that proximity with today's standards.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, it's basically unbuildable land unless the sewer system is extended.
But maybe there's a tremendous project that comes along that does provide for the extension. So it's not entirely off the table, but I think the latest proposal is to essentially leave as is, but this is a good discussion.
Okay. And then the only other one I had was on C, with San Benito focus area. It's already been discussed a bunch, but the open areas for something like this, as Charles says, if this was one big giant project on its own, it would be easy to designate, to say, okay, you have to designate a certain amount of area for open space or open land. But done individually, I know we've done that for other projects where we'll say a certain percentage of the property needs to be open and you've got your parking standards and all that. I see this being more intense for this area, this stretch, but it wouldn't be necessary in other areas of town where we have a medium density, because maybe there is a park nearby or something. So finding, applying the rules to one and not the other, how are we going to handle that? Because I see that being an issue.
So our objective design standards that would require open space per project would be applied unilaterally across all of those zoning designations. So it wouldn't just be for areas that are deficient in parks. It would be for all projects to provide some level of open space. I think that through our general plan policy process, you can write policies that say, we encourage, the city to find opportunities for sort of a larger neighborhood serving or regional park on the north end of town. And then we could know to be on the lookout for potential properties, maybe partnering with the school district on some of their properties off of San Benito that would allow us to have a larger park facility in the area. You could also develop zoning standards. If somebody were to consolidate lots and come in with a larger project, maybe they would get certain development standard waivers if they were able to provide a regional park such as Apple Valley did that's a public park. So I think there's things you can do through policies and through zoning standards that can try and encourage a larger park neighborhood serving in this scenario without specifically dictating whose property that might be on or things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
All right, thank you. My questions tend to be all more like zoning related, so I'm just going to stay high level and not to ask those questions. All right. So how is council doing before we move on to the next? Does anyone need a break? Are we good? Okay, so let's go ahead and move through. Audience can get up as they need to. So I'm going to ask Director Dunsmore, you're going to go F through K.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we're going to move right. Oh, if I can get this to work. Let's see. Downtown. Oh, lost it again. It's a bit of a delay. Let's see. Okay, here we go. All right. One of my favorite places in town, downtown. Gosh, I know support numbers on community feedback look really high. Continue to develop restaurant, retail, larger mixed use, 89%. Incentivize relocation of medical to Morrow Road corridor, 88%. Support infill multifamily and missing middle development in surrounding neighborhoods where sewer is available. And that's not downtown core, but that's up on the, outside the downtown, 81%. Why did it just do that? That's strange. I didn't do that. I didn't touch anything. Dan, what are you touching over there? Okay, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, let's go back.
We're just encouraging you to speed up. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it really is.
You're all good. You're all good.
So what are the ideas here? Really not a lot of change proposed for downtown. Really incentivizing and looking for ways to expand restaurants, community retail, larger mixed use, incentivizing the non-retail businesses in downtown to go to Highway 41 corridor, and supporting additional housing in the surrounding neighborhood. So the proposal here could be that we look at ways to increase development capacity, potentially increase building height. That doesn't happen through general plan policy necessarily, but it could be talked about in policy and it could be implemented through zoning regulations. But essentially, what we are proposing to do here is really change the map a little bit to actually designate the lands on here that are truly public. And today that's not even shown. Today we just show all retail. But City Hall is probably not going to be a retail store in the future, we hope. So it's a public building. So we're going to designate it as such. So is the school, and the park is a park. And so we're going to show those on the map. But other than that, our downtown today is headed in a great direction. We want to continue to foster that. That's really about it. Infill, flex, focus areas. There's a couple interesting areas just as you leave downtown to the north and just as you leave downtown to the south. And once you get past our downtown, you're heading north, there's this narrow, long strip of commercial retail land, but it really looks like residential land. It's got a few houses on it. We've got a jeweler there. We've got a gas station there. But you're facing the freeway. You're pretty much exposed to the freeway, and it's a very narrow strip. So these kind of, when we were doing our general plan exercise, what do you do with these properties? So the proposal is actually just call it mixed use. It already is mixed use today. It's never going to be a very strong commercial core. So the community feedback on encouraging infill residential came at 72%, a little bit in support. Create flexibility by allowing some horizontal residential and some mixed use, 78%. And then even concentrating and intensifying commercial use at key intersections was 80%. But none of these areas really have key intersections to the north and south. Really looking at what do we do with this, maybe provide some more flexibility. And the same thing true on the south end. Once you pass the Vaughn Shopping Center on the south end and you're on the east side of El Camino, it's a very narrow corridor. There's a couple of older strip malls there. How can we incentivize those to grow into something else? And we're thinking that the solution there is to provide additional residential density and building height to go mixed use at some point. And that's what this discussion is about in these sort of infill flex focus areas. Not a lot of change, but looking for incentives to move forward. Morrow Road, a lot of potential in Morrow Road to really establish it further as an office zone. And 81% of our community feedback said, create a new professional office, retail, and employment area that is focused on the medical industry. So really where I think the city wants to go. This map continues to suggest that. This map also says it could be a mixed use area with residential above those land uses, residential behind those land uses. There's also a thought here, could there be additional density added to the properties that are flat, that are served by sewer, that are behind this commercial corridor, between this commercial corridor and Atascadero Creek? So this map does propose upping that density a little bit and shows that on the streets there, such as Santa Ynez and Navajoa. We call this area the triangle. It has a triangle shape to it. It's really where Kerberville runs through, where Atascadero Avenue runs through. It's in between Morrow Road and Highway 101. As you kind of head southwest, this is kind of the west side, but it's an area that's already got smaller lots in it. It's already got some potential. It's got sewer service to most of it. It's an area that's close to services. It's an area that's close to transportation. It can support more density. It can support more multifamily infill. Only 69% though said, hey, do a whole lot with it. So it's not a huge jump to say, oh my gosh, really do a lot here. But we do have some requests in this area and just south of this area to be able to subdivide properties. And we're not talking about this area being a high density zone. We're talking about this area having some medium density, some smaller cottage developments, being able to subdivide some more properties, and maybe having a little bit of infill close to Morrow Road and closer to the services. But not a huge change in this particular zone. South of Atascadero. This is the area where you drive through town and it feels like someone didn't apply zoning to it. It's a little bit mixed. It's got sort of some retail commercial. It's got some light industrial. It's got an old shopping center that used to have a grocery store that's now fitness. It's got some good stuff. It's got a great hardware store. It has some residential even. And it's just sort of all mixed. It's that area that as you leave the Santa Rosa off ramp and you head north in El Camino, the primary focus of this discussion is really on that eastern side of El Camino as you go north of Santa Rosa. And there's some deeper lots there. There's an area that we've often questioned, could there be a road abandonment to incentivize development? The thought here is to really put that in that innovation flex. Right now it's commercial retail. It could still allow commercial retail on this new map, but it should also allow a more intensive innovation flex, roll-up door type commercial. A new business that just opened up here is a really big co-working business, really interesting, Story Labs. That's right in the middle of this. That's the perfect kind of solution for this kind of area. That's that sort of innovation kind of flex zone that could go in this area. And so that's kind of become the catalyst for this discussion. And then it's capped by a little bit of mixed use right on the north side of it. So interesting, just finding ways to try and really incentivize that. 67% when we talked about creating a service-oriented industrial and business park zone south of the commercial node at Kerberville and El Camino. So lukewarm. So this is at the very far south end. This is an area that is bound by Santa Barbara Road. It goes to the city limits. There's also a corner parcel there that's been vacant for many years. It was already slated for mixed use. We now do have a development project going on it in the Dove Creek area. The biggest problem here that we've seen over the years is there's a whole bunch of private properties that have public zoning on them. Public zoning is very restrictive to privately owned properties, doesn't have a lot of opportunities. It's great if you're a park. It's great if you're a fire station. It's great if you're a church. It's great if you're a school. But if it's a privately owned property where you might want to develop your property or do a retail venture or do a private enterprise, or even some residential, it's very challenging. So we took a very close look at this area and said, how could it move forward? What are the constraints? What are the assets? What are the resources? It is a little bit constrained for access because of El Camino through here. It's difficult to intersect with El Camino. There's two major flood zones and wetlands that run through the property that is adjacent to Viejo Camino and El Camino. That constrains things a lot. So we thought of different land uses that could go here that could add to the property values. And so that's where this community recreation concept has come from for a large bulk of these properties that are within the flood zones and adjacent to Paloma Park. And then on the south end of it, an area where Dove Creek Church is today that's outside of the flood zone, an area that could be multifamily residential. And the church can stay as long as it wants, and it can even be allowed in that. A new one could even be allowed in that multifamily district as we allow those today. And then there's a couple of properties just south of Santa Barbara Road that truly are at the boundary of the city as you transition into a rural residential zone there outside of the city. Today, those are zoned commercial, but both of them are slopes. Both of them don't really have any good access to road connections and sewer services and other things. The recommendation here is to go with a kind of a residential, maybe a medium density residential or a low density residential that allows them to develop as a transition zone as you head out of the city. So unique zone, a lot of constraints in this particular area, a lot of potential too. And so we're trying to increase that potential with at the same time recognizing the constraints. So I think that was it. That was the last
Yes, I think that is.
request. So the next slide is going to go into actually talking about the property owner request, but I think we're going to pause here again
Yes, we are.
and answer your questions.
All right. So as I'm moving around here, I will start with Councilmember Borbeau first. I'm going to mix and
I
match.
thought you were going to start down at the end.
No,
Well, thank you.
otherwise the two of you never get to go first. So
Thank you. There you go. Okay, thank you. A question, downtown core focus area. We don't have a downtown place type. If looking through here, right? We don't have a specific downtown place type, if you
I
will.
think we do.
I didn't recall
And
that. See flipping through
I think
here.
it's called downtown mixed use or downtown and mixed use. Double.
Okay, yeah, I missed that. Well, that's true. You did have the higher density for the residential, because I just want to make sure that from my perspective, and I noticed it was interesting on the downtowns, it says here at the bottom of the middle here, allow middle use buildings up to 4/5 stories high in a downtown area. And this, in terms of a question, it was like 58% of people thought that was a good idea. Is that what that means? You see the very bottom in the center?
And just for clarification, that should be allow mixed use buildings up to 4.
Okay, I was confused. Thank you.
Yes, I
Mixed use.
realized that's
Okay.
that's a typo in the PowerPoint.
Okay. Okay, I do see downtown mixed use and 20 to 45 dwelling units per acre, because, I mean, to me, it seems that in almost any city, the downtown has the tallest buildings and the highest density, right?
Yes, that's a typical sort of order that most cities follow.
Right. So for me, that's important. Now, we don't need to discuss height tonight, because we'll discuss height at another time when we define, what downtown place type.
That is a detail,
Really
but you
is.
could discuss and allude to things in the policy that talk about stories and talk about view sheds and talk about City Hall being the predominant thing downtown. Those are the typical things you put into policy, whereas you dial those down to actual numbers when you get to zoning.
Right. Then I would just kind of lay out there certainly that, my preference has been and will be for taller buildings downtown and higher density. The tallest buildings, highest density should be in our downtown, and that doing so will foster more investment in the downtown. So we don't need to go into the detailed policy discussion, but for me, that would be very important as you develop the language for this, at least bring back options for council that those higher heights and higher densities at least be an option for us to consider when you develop the specific language. Okay, and I think that's it on the downtown. The infill flex area, here again, we will develop policy area. You will develop specific policies. And this is not going to be a carte blanche transfer from commercial zoning to mixed use.
Correct.
We would talk about what kind of policies, what we
Yeah.
want to encourage.
So even
there.
though we have a mixed use designation that we're proposing in the general plan, that mixed use designation can be further refined by several zoning districts, each one of which would have different standards about what's allowed and what's conditionally allowed, what can go on the ground floor, what the form is. All those kinds of things could be ironed out as we move forward.
And I'm going to step back for a second on the downtown. The dwelling units anticipated going from 409 existing to 400 and adding an additional 490. Is that based on a particular, height or number of stories per building in terms of the estimate? Was that an estimate based on 3 stories or 4 stories?
Based on the number of units that could go per acre, not on height.
Okay, based on that dwelling unit figure. Thank you. Okay. Then on the Morrow Road area, I drove that today. I drove Santa Ynez and Navajoa, and I did not see basically really any vacant lots. It seemed to me that almost all the lots.
It's all spoken for.
Yeah, they're all, they're all
Yeah,
individual.
not a lot of
homes for the most part.
opportunity per se. No.
Right. And so what I see here though is, the first layer behind the Morrow Road frontage, so you've got the commercial properties on the Morrow Road frontage, and the first set of properties behind there along Navajoa, you're looking at high density residential, which, according to the place type is 25 to 36 units an acre. Yeah. And so that would be going from, for the people who are sitting there living in a house that's currently on like a quarter acre or half acre, somebody could buy the property next door and say, I'm going to tear this down and put up, whatever this density allows, right? I mean, is that what we're implying?
So the idea is to incentivize some of these areas to redevelop where there's older non-historic housing stock and you've got underutilized properties and you've got flat land and the sewer. But yes, that is a potential. But the idea is someone buys a property or someone would have multiple properties to put together to get a larger project. But I think that the thing you're stating is the concern about transitions. How do you maintain transitions? And we can also adopt policies that speak to transitions between existing residences and what might be proposed here in the future. But this is one of those areas where we found that there is opportunity, there is some desire to do some infill. But as you can see, the support for high density multifamily and missing middle in the neighborhood to the north of Highway 41 to Atascadero Creek is only about 57%. So it's a bit soft in there. So it is a discussion point. So this is again, a very early draft. And I think these are good things to talk through.
Well, because when I look at this, along the north part of El Camino, you're going from residential suburban to multifamily, but those are on El Camino. I think everybody understands that if it's on El Camino, it's going to have a reasonably high density. And so that's a big change, but it's, I think, a reasonable change that everybody can see. Whereas here, this is probably one of the most substantial changes to existing neighborhood and existing property owners in this entire emerging alternative plan, right? I mean, if I'm sitting in a neighborhood, if 5 of us own houses in a row on one of these streets, and we think we got a pretty cool neighborhood, going from what we've got to what you're talking about here would be a huge change, right? If somebody came along and bought these 2 lots and then wanted to put, what's the number, up 25 to 36 dwelling units per acre. So suddenly I'm not in a single family neighborhood anymore. I'm in a,
So right now it is 10 units per acre. It is a multifamily neighborhood now. And what we're saying, instead of saying low density multifamily, go a higher density multifamily, because that multifamily designation of RMF 10 hasn't produced enough incentive to make these properties turn over and redevelop and create the housing that we need. So you bring up a good point. It does appear like a single family neighborhood today, but it doesn't have that zoning today. It hasn't had it for 20 years. So
understand. So perhaps, I mean, as the folks looking down the street and seeing a bunch of individual houses, it's currently zoned for 10 units an acre.
it is. And there are some multifamily apartments tucked in there. There's some 4
Yeah.
and 5 unit projects on every other property. You don't notice them so much.
And in terms of this kind of change, if, if the city council says, yeah, let's go in that direction, and you coming back with policies to implement that, are individual property owners who live in an area where the zoning is going to change, going to be notified?
As part of this general plan update that's citywide, we don't notify every single property owner that could be impacted by the change. In general, densities are being proposed to move up throughout the entire city. So when you do an exercise of that magnitude, you don't typically notify every single citizen collectively, but instead you do all the outreach events that we do. We're very proactive. We're trying to engage the citizenry. We're very proactive in trying to bring people in to talk about it. And we get out as much social media and as much media as we can, but we don't specifically notify every single resident, because that would mean notifying every resident in the entire community except for the Upper West Side.
Right. Well, and
So-
that's why I asked, because I figured we probably weren't doing it for the
No.
reasons you just indicated. But on the other hand, it's pretty substantial change in some of these areas. And in general, you mentioned, in most of these areas, of course, we are what you'd call upzoning to higher density, which
Increasing
in
the
general,
property value.
in general is going to increase property values. So even if I don't want to, us three are sitting here in single family homes, we don't want to change or develop. It, in effect, it would increase our property values,
Yes.
down the
Absolutely.
road. No.
Absolutely.
Okay. Got it. And so I sort of had the same question in the triangle area in terms of, it seems that some of them are going from, it looked like half acre minimums to where they could allow, 5 to 12 dwelling units per acre. And again, that seems like a very substantial change. It's kind of the same thought process there.
Today they can do ADUs and they can do SB9. They can already actually break these lots down and do additional units. You can do 4 units on every single family property in that area right now. But if we actually zoned it multifamily type designation, then it would take that right away, but then they would have the additional density that we could actually manage through the city. So it's not, if you think about it that way, it's not as significant change as you might think, because the state law has already changed those things
Right.
in a way.
Okay. And then on to K, the South Gateway focus area. So I know, the 2 commercially zoned properties south of Santa Barbara, which are not sewered, I assume, or are they available? Since sewer is available in Dove Creek.
Sewer's close, but it's not connected to those properties. Those properties haven't really, other than the one single family residence that's south of Santa Barbara Road on north of El Camino, there's not much there. There's nothing on the other property south of Santa Barbara and west of El Camino.
So, I mean, there was a time where commercial property was more valuable than residential property, but now that's probably not necessarily true, because you can always sell a house. You can always rent an apartment because of the demand for housing. So this would not be a down zoning for those property owners. This would probably make their property more viable.
We've already had 2 individual requests to rezone these properties and do a residential project here on these properties. Yes, it is a much higher cost per square foot for residential now than it is for commercial space, especially in a location like this with challenged access and slope and not the prime retail market.
Right. Would be concerned because in terms of putting too much density there, because you then immediately are transitioning into the rural county
Yes.
area. Okay. And then on the issue of the recreation, community recreation area, and then the brownish colored properties, which would medium density, indicate the churches could obviously stay, but they also could sell their property for higher density housing project, right?
Yes.
And then Yeah, I'm concerned about, too much multifamily housing in one area of the city. We already seem to have a fair number of apartments in the southern area of the city. Is any consideration given to that? Or are you just looking to increase housing density in general?
So we look at the whole picture when we look at that. And so that's the reason for hanging on to a commercial property there or mixed use property at Dove Creek. You need services for these folks down at this end of town. We need the parks. We have the parks. There's opportunity to expand those parks, but we really need some retail that can be accessed by these neighborhoods within walking distance. So you've got to have that whole picture every time we look at a commercial node like that. And that's why we've really been pushing for this Dove Creek parcel to have some commercial amenities on it. So we have to look at all of those things. You're right. Right now on the south end of El Camino Real, as you head north from this property, historically, the city zoning has allowed for a lot of multifamily residential. It's helpful because it does support the high number of jobs that are at the state hospital, but it is a little bit of a food desert, a little bit of an island. They are detached from a lot of the services, transportation, and retail areas in the city. This map continues to try and change that. And so would it be good to change this area to add a lot of high density down here with the way it is today? Probably not. And so that's why we're looking at this mixture of uses, bringing in a little more residential density, maintaining this commercial / mixed use property in Dove Creek, and then looking at a way to say, how can we upzone that public zone to allow these property owners to take advantage of their properties in a meaningful way without having a whole ton of residential density? This is one particular thought. Now, we haven't even dialed in what could be allowed in that community recreation zone. So that's the whole other consideration. There's a lot of different ways that could go.
Well, speaking of that, I mean, and I will say on the Dove Creek thing, I mean, that the commercial component of that has shrank project proposal by project proposal over the last decade to where it's, a very small kernel of what it used to be in terms of a commercial aspect, which is not necessarily, good for the overall city or for services in that area. But I am concerned on this community recreation. You stated that it's not really fleshed out. I'd be concerned, and we, obviously have emails from two of the property owners down there that, they see it as a kind of a downgrade, if you will, even though the public zone didn't allow a lot of things. There were some conditionally allowed things, but didn't allow a lot. But I'm just wondering, in terms of community recreation, is it really economically viable?
That's a good discussion, and depending what's allowed into it, what the intensity is allowed, and are there other uses that could be supported in it? But the community did say, when we asked them, should we incentivize commercial recreation and community serving uses in this area? 90%.
Sure, but I mean, people always say, we need a bowling alley, but bowling alleys are typically not commercially viable in most places in America today. Some of the public will say, yeah, we need a this or that, or a roller skating rink or something like that. That sounds great, but it's not commercially viable. And that would be my concern, is that we impose a description that may not be commercially viable on the owners. And that you indicated that the one publicly zoned lot was included in the multifamily or the higher density housing because it's kind of above the floodplain. The other properties in question are kind of lower. They have water that flows through at least portions of the property. But they do have buildable envelopes in those properties, right?
There are small areas that could accommodate development. Yes, whether that be commercial or residential development. Right. And so there's different ways that could be handled. I mean, we could look at these properties and say, hey, let's cut out the actual flood zones and the actual creekways, give them a different designation, and carefully craft around that some other designation that serves the needs of the community and the property owners. That's another way to look at it.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, because I was concerned about taking away a capability to make it economically viable for the existing owners. So, okay, thank you.
I do want to, just because, and I know you said this in the context of the changes that we're making in these focus areas, but when the director said density is increasing throughout the entire community, he meant within these focus areas that we're talking about, not the entire community. The west side, rural, all of that is staying as is.
Thanks for
right.
that clarification. And
Yes.
so I probably should have started this whole exercise by saying that great big light green area you see
Yeah,
on the
no,
west
and,
side.
and it's been
No
clarified.
touch-
Just, I
yeah,
know if somebody
yeah.
heard, if all they heard was that, we're upzoning throughout the entire community. It sounds
Well,
like every single parcel
No,
is
but what
being
I
upzoned. So,
what I
but I know
should
what you meant.
say is even if you're not in a focus area and there's some of these areas that are already multifamily or the areas that are already high density kind of medium density multifamily that aren't being specifically changed, their densities would go up to correspond with the new place types. So even though we're not changing what they are today, all the new place types would be applied even outside of these focus areas, if that makes any sense.
Okay, that does make sense.
So,
Yes.
for example, there's what are some of those areas that aren't? Principal mixed use project is outside of the focus area. There's a few other areas that we didn't show in these focus areas, but they would be impacted by the new place types.
Got it.
Because they would be applied to them.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Okay, going back to the downtown core. Are we continuing in this to support the downtown as an entertainment zone? So, higher noise, higher engagement, and consciously developing the type that fits within that vision.
I think we're missing the word entertainment when we say key new concepts and changes. Absolutely, that's the idea. And that needs to go into this policy. That's our intent.
Okay, thank you. And we have in the downtown area, there are a couple of square blocks of just single story like bungalow type dwellings. Those would all be, if I'm reading this correctly, would all become part of the downtown mixed use. And so a property developer could acquire one of those properties and do something that's 3-4 stories or more.
Just like they could have over the last 25 years. So, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But it hasn't happened yet, but it certainly, we're creating more things that would fulfill that. And again, create then the residential density to support those commercial uses. Okay. Moving along. In the Morrill Road focus area and the Triangle focus area, can you walk us through where in those areas that are going to pick up a little, the extra additional density and zoning and use and value and complexity as a result of that, where we've got non-city maintained roads? Nick, do you want to take that?
I think we might have an exhibit
Sure.
we can pull up in our presentation that shows the non-city maintained roads and where they might fit in our focus areas.
It's not in each of these areas. There's just several that they're contained in. So the purple lines, those represent non-maintained roads, non-city maintained roads.
Could I, may I ask a question in this context? Could you, just for the edification of the public, explain what a non-city maintained road is and why we have non-city maintained roads?
Sure. So in the city, there's about 200 centerline miles of road. About 150 are maintained by the city. The city owns the right of way and has accepted those road improvements into the city street system. And the other 50, about 20 is Caltrans highways and others or private roads. And then the remaining 30 are roads that are considered public right of way, but the city has not accepted the road improvements into the street system. And as such, they are not responsible to maintain those roads. When the city incorporated in 1979, the county had not accepted a lot of these roads into their street system, and we accepted the county's road network when the city incorporated. Some of these others, they could be brand new roads in a brand new, subdivision that we have not accepted either into the road system. So A lot of it's due to just, the burden to maintain those roads and trying to keep up with the roads that we do have already. So.
Understand some of it is even beyond the financial burden of it, but some of
Right.
them would have to be completely brand new roads because you don't have emergency access. They're not built up to current standards. It wouldn't be the same as, say, repairing or maintaining one of our current city maintained roads. It would be exponentially more costly and possibly not even feasible, depending on sort of the size of the street, the width,
Right.
and things like that.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mayor. And a lot of these roads were built by E.G. Lewis back in the day. They're on hillsides or they don't meet certain standards for width. They don't meet certain standards for pavement section or other things. So the county never accepted them and the city never accepted them. So they just don't meet a lot of the standards that we have. And yeah, so it's never been accepted.
Yeah. So as we're looking at these non-maintained roads, we'll come back to this in the policy discussion, but that these I'm seeing in the middle of an area that we're asking to take additional density. Is it possible within the context of the circulation plan of the general plan to identify that that a policy of finding a way if the making it easier for those property owners as these areas develop to be able to get those roads up to code in some fashion that the cost is manageable or shareable or deferrable long term as the property values rise, and then to have the policy that once these roads were up to snuff in these develop higher traffic, higher density development areas, focus areas, that those roads could be accepted into the city maintenance program if they're, if they get up to snuff.
Yeah, I think we can definitely look at what our policy options might be for inclusion in the general plan.
Okay. And are there non-city maintained roads also in the Morrow Road focus area? Or are all of those?
I think the only one over there was where, was it Sarah Court for that new little development at the end of the road. I don't know that this really road is kind of more like a private driveway, but we did continue the name, but I think that's the only one in that area. There are a couple on the north end of town in that San Benito area that come off of El Camino.
Okay. Thank you. And then moving to the South Gateway focus area. As we talked a little bit about those two lot areas that are south of Santa Barbara Road, but still part of the city on either side of El Camino Real. I mean, one of the things that we've struggled with, I've seen developer after developer struggle with that Dove Creek commercial area because there's not enough residential density right around it to be able to support the commercial residents serving commercial uses. Is the topography of those two lots that are south of Santa Barbara Road suitable such that those could be medium density residential, consistent with the area that they're coming from, and still as a transition to the county areas, as opposed to low density?
It's much easier to do residential than it is to do commercial on slope properties. The higher density allows you to do enough to make something happen on those properties, even though the slope is going to reduce that number. Typically what we do when we adopt our zoning regulations, it comes with a slope calculator that as you go up in slope, your density numbers drop, even though your base density may be a certain amount. So if we were to drop the density here, it's going to drop even further because of its slope, especially the one on the south.
Yeah, I was looking into increasing the density as
Oh,
opposed
maybe I
to dropping the
misunderstood you.
density.
So I think there's enough proposed here. I think that the proposal is medium density. It's low. Low is
It's-
like medium. I would see, there we go. We get confused again. Low is just like what we have for medium today. So what that would be is similar to, but how many units per acre in that?
So that would be 5 to 12, so up to 12. We've actually had a couple concept proposals on one of these sites, and we can definitely look at that and see how many units they thought they were able to get and make sure the density makes sense.
It seemed, at that node, which is a significant intersection, that it would be consistent with what we're proposing, both across Catty Corner and on the
Again,
church
you have to
property.
think too about this being a transition to 2.5 acre lot size, really low density, rural residential. So there's that too, creating a hard edge. And so that's where this particular concept came from. A little bit of slope at a transition to the boundary of the city. Those are all the factors that we thought.
Yeah, and is there thought on the county side, as they're trying to find a way to accommodate RENA numbers, that they might want to deal with that transition by upzoning some of the areas immediately adjacent to the city of Atascadero?
And it's all on septic, and so they're gonna have a limitation of over an acre per each house. So that's going to be a challenge to do anything with that.
Okay. And would extending sewer be a possibility, much as it is with the?
Well, it's outside of the city limits, and it's outside of our urban reserve line, outside of our urban services line. And so that would be a different discussion. Yeah, complicated.
Okay. To what extent, I see we treated some of the requests differently in the gateway focus area from some are commercial residential, and then the church property is the medium density residential. Does that reflect the church property being essentially higher up and out of the flood zone?
Exactly. It's all
Versus the
about
others.
topography, flooding, resources, access, all of those things.
Okay, and how the properties that have remained in this commercial residential, the undeveloped properties that are in that category, how did they fare in the atmospheric river storms that we had a year ago?
The lower flood zone properties, how did they fare?
Yeah,
Well, they flooded. They were a lot
They
of
were
water.
they were like
And
lake.
Yeah, they were
Lake
just
Paloma,
a lot
right?
of water. And the difficulty really is too,
Mhm.
is there's some constraints for how fast the water can move through the properties because you've got two different roads to go through. You've got culverts to go through. And so without dramatic changes to those roads and the culverts and how the water can pass through, it's going to remain an area where water backs up into. Dove Creek's an area where water backs up into. It's all trying to get to the Salinas River. It's all heading that direction. And so you've got two of those major flood corridors that come through here. It can handle a lot of water, but then in the summer it completely dries out and you would never know it was there. So
Mhm.
that's why for some people it feels like, oh, it's a great area to develop, but it still has to accommodate a significant amount of drainage. And if you start to narrow that drainage path and culvert those in, you've got to find ways for it to move quicker. And then you run into other problems. And it's all a problem about hydraulics and hydrology and how that can happen. So you can play with those things. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of work upstream and downstream and on these properties to make those things happen. So
Got it. Okay. And on the church property, is there an advantage to doing doing this through the zoning versus having the church proceed under YIGB laws, the Yes in God's Backyard, SSB?
there is an advantage because you want properties in the city to follow our standards, follow our zoning standards so that we can have expectations about what we're going to get. With that new Senate bill that allows residential and churches, it goes above and beyond what we expect. And that's challenging because how do we plan for resources when we do that? How do we plan for the future when state law or federal law completely ignores what we're trying to do for the whole community? So it's better to do it through our own zoning laws so that we can correspond it to all of the infrastructure improvements we need and all the parkland we need and all those other things that we need in our community to make it whole.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Newsom,
I have no questions on this section.
Councilmember Daris.
All right, we'll work backwards again since we're already on this one. Yeah, I was a little concerned also about what I would consider the down zoning, all the recreation area, but a quick question I had on that is, and this might be getting way out too far. If with the recreation zoning or exactly what we're calling it, what could potentially be allowed under, say, a CUP? Other additional residential or Is that too, am I getting way out ahead here or?
So you're getting a little bit ahead, but not way out ahead. So that is something that we can craft ourselves. We can make it whatever you like. The idea is it's something that the community wants, something that's compatible with Plum Park, something compatible with the flood zones. So you could say a church could be allowed there. You could even say some kinds of forms of residential might be able to be there. So that's up to us to craft that. It's a new district. We can make it what we feel best and what the property owners feel best.
And on medium density that you show, going up to the corner, I guess that's the east side of El Camino there. Why not mirror the mixed use that is being shown on the Dove Creek side?
That's certainly a potential. There's just not, we've had that property at Dove Creek there, mixed use or commercial for the last 20 years. And it hasn't resulted in anything. There hasn't been a lot of demand for it. That's the problem. It would
But it
be
wasn't
great.
mixed use. Wasn't it like, it was a particular commercial type?
Well, all of Dove Creek was mixed use, and that was set aside on the mixed use plan for more primarily commercial. You're right. So, yeah, that's certainly a potential to go mixed use, to bring in a commercial component. It's not currently what the property owner desires. I mean, it could fit there. It is more of a prominent property. It'd be nice if, I mean, there is not a lot of commercial sort of a neighborhood market for the entire area from here all the way to Garden Farms and Santa Margarita, so if the right thing came along.
Okay.
Might be
The next
interesting.
one I had is on the triangle neighborhood focus. On the image on the left, the canary yellow, those are all single family residences, actually even all the yellow, I guess, is. And now that's a transition into low density. I can't tell with the colors. It's hard to read on this.
Yeah, the
But
orange.
either way, how does this affect the ability to do ADUs on this property? I mean, you're just adding another unit essentially, then, right?
Yeah, so the multifamily areas, they would just be adding another unit. So that unit could be any size. It could meet ADU requirements or it could go larger. And the yellow that's proposed would still remain a single family zoning designation.
Okay. And the low density as proposed on the right, those lots, would they be prohibited from the SB9 splits? Because they're multifamily?
Right, so multifamily is not eligible for SB9, but single family would remain eligible.
Okay, and all the yellow lots would still be allowed to do that. Okay, so essentially it doesn't really change much other than you're taking away the SB9 option, which frankly, I'm okay with.
Yeah, I don't know if it's taking away, it's just sort of shifting from, an SB9, which is limited to 1,000 square feet, to multifamily, which doesn't have as many limitations.
Right. But somebody can still put a second unit, like an ADU. Essentially, it could be an ADU, even though it's.
It would, just be another
It's just another
multifamily unit.
It's a separate unit. So, okay, that's all I have on this. Thank you.
I think a good way to look at that, changing from the single family to the multifamily low density, is that while it takes away SB9, it is going to be similar in density, but we're better able to manage that and have objective design standards so that you don't have people in a neighborhood. Suddenly you got just this hodgepodge of a bunch of EDUs that pop up, and pretty soon you've kind of degraded a neighborhood. And I think this gives us a better way to manage that. Yes, I wanted two things on G and J. So that would be infill, focus area, and the South Atascadero commercial. I'm wondering, how do either of those maybe overlap with the corridor plan in any of those? I don't think we call them hot spots, but certain areas where we saw that there was some potential for placemaking, just, kind of creating something that was, better for the property owners and better for the community.
Yeah, so this area in our corridor plan was actually called out as an area that we should consider for potentially more multifamily or flexible development. They saw this area as being able to support the nodes more, and this is a little bit outside of the node area. So this is kind of an implementation of what some of those original concepts were calling for. On the South Atascadero piece, where we're looking at going to more of the innovation flex zoning, that area in our El Camino plan was kind of one of these areas where it wasn't like right off the freeway. And so it wasn't maybe appropriate for the larger retail node, but they thought it was appropriate for a business park or some sort of development that would help create synergy in that area. And so that's what we've tried to do with the commercial flex zones. I think it kind of ties in with what those concepts were.
Okay. Yeah, I think there were a lot of really good ideas in there, and we knew this was coming, and so it's kind of layering all these pieces together. My last question actually has to do with the native tree ordinance. This is what I recall from when I was on the planning commission, and one time we had somebody who had to come before the planning commission with a removal of a tree. They weren't doing any development on the property. It was a single family residence, but it was on a multifamily zoned property. And therefore, even though they were single family, if they were single family zoned, they could have taken down the tree, done what they needed to do. But because it was multifamily, they could not. They had to come to planning commission, pay thousands of dollars. So if that is still the case, I would highly recommend that as we are changing some of these designations and things are multifamily, that we look at that native tree ordinance and make sure that we don't overly burden. Obviously, we want to still protect our native trees and make sure that the intent of what we've always wanted to do is still there, but that we don't suddenly burden property owners that weren't previously burdened.
Very good point.
Thank you. All right, so as we're about to move on to specific properties, how are we doing? Anybody want a break? Do we want to take a, okay, let's take a quick break here, maybe 10 minutes. And it is 8:16. Why don't we come back at 8:25? So we'll take a 9-minute break. Okay, what I meant was a 16-minute break. So. All right. We can bring everybody back. All right, wonderful. Are we back on going, Luke? I got everybody. Okay, we're back on. Okay, good. Well, wonderful. City Council just returned from a short break, and we are now moving on to, got my list here. All right, so now we are going on to Director Dunsmore is going to take us through the individual property owner requests.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, it was almost a year ago, or actually even more than that, that we started asking people, hey, submit to us what you're interested in on your property. How could, how would you like to see your property, or the things you want to do on your property that could be part of this whole exercise? We ended up officially receiving at least 24 requests that we actually got applications on, and we went and looked at their properties and tried the best we possibly could to incorporate them into this update. Now, there's 3 different colors you see on this little chart right here. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but in general, what I'm going to tell you is that the green one basically says, yes, we were able to incorporate what you wanted into this update because it met the conditions for where the city can grow, where we can supply the infrastructure, where we don't have a significant wildfire hazard, where we have the access, and where we can have sewer and things like that. Now, there's a yellow designation on here where we weren't able to go all the way, couldn't meet their request, but there's still room for change on that property to head towards the direction they're looking for. So it's a slight adjustment. And then there's the ones that are sort of an orangey color where we couldn't accommodate their request because we can't serve that area with infrastructure. It's either in a significant wildfire hazard zone or way outside of one of these focus areas where the city might be able to change. And a good example of that is out on the west side of Atascadero, where early on in this process, when we looked at our key guiding principles, we didn't want to change that rural aspect of Atascadero, and nor can we change that rural aspect of Atascadero because it's a very high fire severity zone and it's limited on access, has dead end roads, and doesn't have sewer service. You can't do anything with it. So some of these requests fall into that category, and some of the other ones fall into a category where we just simply don't have sewer. So that's essentially, in summary, what we have here. Some of those property owners that are on this chart, I did see them here in the audience tonight, and perhaps during public comment, they can weigh in on this particular process. But for now, I'll leave it at that. Do you have any questions?
So I will ask council if we have any questions on these specific properties. No, we've looked at these quite a bit, so none of it is new to us. I think we're good. Okay. So no questions on that, Director. And I think we're going to move on to Dan and go with the growth forecast. We'll ask some questions on that, finish up with next steps, and then we'll go to public input.
Great, thank you. And it's always good to end on a slide with a lot of numbers, but this is the culmination of everything. So I want to talk through a little bit what we're showing here. And when Phil started off earlier this evening, we we're talking about these big moves that were a combination of the land use designations and place types we discussed tonight, the different focus areas, the different types of nodes and growth and things we want to attract. This is really a culmination of all of that. And so what chart is showing right now is dwelling units and jobs, the difference between essentially today, which is 2022, and 2045. And so for these 2 vertical charts here, the top portion, the lighter tan, is 2022. So currently we have around 12,287 dwelling units. And then at 2045, the horizon of the general plan, that would be 15,612 dwelling units. And similarly for jobs, going from essentially 9,000 to 14,000. And because we have new place types, it isn't sort of a one-to-one between the 2 plans. So we wanted to be able to show that. What this turns into is a forecasted growth summary for the horizon year or 2045 of the general plan. So we are required to create an estimate, a realistic growth forecast for the horizon of the general plan, which is essentially 21 years from right now. And this is not full build out of the city, but this is really looking and taking all those assumptions we discussed tonight, looking at vacant or underutilized sites, looking at different types of industries that could go into flex or other uses, what their employees would be per square foot, and really trying to create a structure around realistic growth. And this is why we call it a forecast. It is not an estimate. It is based on numbers, but it's also based on policy direction from council and input from the community as well. So this can really be also thought as another policy piece or policy goal of the general plan process as well. What is key to note is this approach and the focus we discussed tonight on really looking at employment generating uses, new jobs, how to attract new jobs. We are looking at larger job growth and dwelling unit growth intentionally based on policy direction and council's true north statements and the vision and guiding principles for the general plan. And so it moves towards a job housing ratio of today, it's around 0.72 to in 2045, a 0.91 jobs housing ratio. So essentially getting more local jobs as part of this process. And in addition to the planners on the team, we also have economists as well as part of this team that are looking at some of these estimates. This is a very aggressive job growth for the city and intentional as well. And so it really would be dependent on concerted effort to attract those industries, attract those jobs, create incentives around them as well. And again, this is why we wanted to start with the big moves, because it's not just a land use exercise. There needs to be economic development strategies around attraction. There needs to be incentives around infrastructure or streetscapes or mobility or these other components as well. So it's really trying to have all of this work together into a solution that works for 2045 that builds on that vision. So there's a lot that went into this, but this is the culmination of sort of the summary of all those different land use and place type changes we've been discussing this evening. So maybe I'll pause there. Numbers are always tough, especially after several hours, but if there's any questions from council to talk through.
Thank you. And I'm going to suspect that Lorelei Capel is watching and very excited about adding all of these jobs and
Yes,
going out there.
we may be expanding
Her and Director
roles.
Dunsmore, yes. So I think that's pretty exciting. And as you said, I mean, we don't want to, I don't want us to get too nitpicky on things. You're coming at this with a forecast with sort of the best information we have. We're not saying we're going to grow to this. We're saying we're setting policies in place that are going to make space for this.
Correct. And one important thing to add to that, and really gets into sort of the next big phase of this project, is we're going to use these numbers as the basis for doing the environmental impact report, for doing a fiscal health analysis, other infrastructure work as well. So as part of the general plan, do these policy actions and choices, we want to make sure the environmental analysis is tied to this. So there is that growth estimate in the city, which becomes another regulatory incentive for different businesses or different types of projects.
And I think one of the questions that comes up is, I think, weren't we planning, or we, 20 years ago, planning a 36,000 sort of build out? When was that build out expected versus where we are now? Because it honestly, it seems that we've been fairly static in our population over the last several years.
That expectation was 2025. Don't think we're going to add 6,000 in
No.
the next year.
No. All right, interesting. See, that's what we get with forecasting. Best guesses sometimes. All right, so I'll look to council for questions. Councilmember Barbeau?
Yes, yes, to follow up on the mayor's question, in terms of us, not reaching 36,000 by 2025, is that, I imagine it's a function of both, but is that a function of we didn't build the number of additional dwelling units in the last general plan 20-year period that was expected? or declining house sizes, the household sizes in terms of the number of people living in each housing unit. I assume it's a combination of both, but do you have any idea what, how much we built compared to what was expected in the general plan in 2002? You have an
There's
idea of
all
that?
sorts of parameters that went into it. Of course, we had the Great Recession in that period of time as well.
Mhm.
There's a lot of changing dynamics in the city that happened in that time. But we probably just over forecasted a bit. And general plans tend to do that so you can supply the infrastructure ahead of time. And so you can kind of get there. And so it assumes really, when you get that number, that assumes almost full build out. That assumes that most of your properties are built out. We didn't do that because we actually have a lot of leftover sort of mixed use you could still do, even though we feel like we run out of multifamily land. But the densities were more limited than we probably anticipated due to topography, due to resource availability, sewer extensions, all those things, and just the challenges that you see economically over the years. So it's a whole magnitude of factors when you try and do a forecast. So we were actually doing these forecasts, we actually held back a little further because we could have had much bigger numbers in here based on full build out. But we did take into consideration the dynamics of what really happens and that our community really is probably not going to grow faster than 1 to 1.5%. Just as a factoid, in the 70s and 80s, our community grew at 10 to 15%. It's pretty amazing. And that's why a lot of our housing stock you see is from 1975 to 1985. In that time period, rapid expansion, ton of land available though, and ton of, opportunity. We just don't have that opportunity moving forward, really. It's small infill and small redevelopment and mixed use.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yes, I was just looking at these numbers in comparison to our regional housing needs assessment expectations from the state, the RENA numbers that you're going to give us later, if we're all still awake. Which was, if I read that right, basically the state was giving us 843 units needed to build out within an 8-year period. Is that, something like?
Yes,
in the right order of magnitude. So, or a little over 100, roughly 110 units a year, a little under that. And this is about 50% faster pace of growth than that over a 20-year period, a year, if I'm reading these numbers correctly. So is there any concern about the extent to which we would be setting ambitious housing growth targets that might be challenging for us?
Probably not. So RENA is going to still stay separate and actual development still stays separate. What this does, it allows us to plan for the infrastructure and create availability for these things to happen. It doesn't mean they are actually going to happen or that the RENA is going to get built around it. And there's many other steps that have to happen in this process to get a final number. And this number may continue to change just a little bit as we move forward. But at some point, we've got to stop guessing, come up with a number, because what that number gets used for is our environmental impact report. And that's critical. We have to say, what does this general plan map do to our need for all of our infrastructure? What does it do for firefighting? What does it do for our needs for police forces and our road building and general impacts to the environment along with that? So we have to put all that into a project description, and then we build the EIR off of that. We hope to get started with that this summer. So that's why we're trying to get a check-in now to get these numbers dialed in.
Sure. As you're doing that, what kind of assumption gets built in these areas? We were just talking about the triangle and the Morrow Road. And if you look at Morrow Road in those areas that are currently a lot of single families, even though it's a multifamily zoning, and it's going to get up zoned further, to what extent are we assuming that people will convert their single family residential properties to the available higher zoning? Do we have
So we
rough
assume that
percentage?
throughout this planning period that we'd see about 80% of these properties do something. And so it's kind of aggressive.
Yeah, so but 80% over the course of about 20 years. so that
25
people are
years.
gradually, when the houses turn over, the average house turns over every, what, 7 years now? Or a little longer than that?
Yeah, it's been very slow
Yeah,
lately
lately,
with
yeah.
interest rates, but
Well, true.
yeah. So we'll see where
Between
that
the
goes.
interest rates and Prop 13 protections.
Yeah,
so
those
people-
things keep things stagnant in California.
Yeah, okay. And then as we, in planning of the city as economically for what does it take to sustain and serve the community that we're allowing for and encouraging and creating. One of the challenges has always been that each unit of housing tends to generate 1.5 to 2 times the cost in city services that relative to what it generates in city income, in tax revenues. Do we think that that's going to change over time as we are being able to use housing to create a more vibrant commercial environment that is tax supporting? Or is that going to continue to be a challenge?
That's why we've hired a fiscal analyst as part of this general plan update to give us some answers to those things. But it is a bit of a guess because all these things change a bit as you add more housing and you get more people in town, you get more people buying things in town, and there's all this synergy that goes on. And the different types of commercial uses that you generate and attract because you create different attractive amenities in town changes that as well. And so you strive for a certain number, and we're going to give you those certain numbers as we move forward. But it's a bit of a craft. And so there's a lot that goes into it. And so we have EPS working with this general plan team to help us understand the fiscal sustainability, the fiscal impacts. And we hope to get a more more positively fiscal outlook with what we're proposing here. And that's what we're trying to get to, is create that perfect synergy.
Okay,
So-
and the council could expect that economic analysis at what point?
So that we're going to start once we get final guidance and direction from council on everything we discussed tonight, because I'll be the starting point for that. So it'll be several months along with the EIR as well that we're hoping to get pulled together during the summer. One key thing I did want to mention, I think this will be helpful for council and the community as well, is with a general plan project, because it's a citywide policy, the EIR analysis, and in a sense also the fiscal analysis, will come up with mitigation or suggested changes. Those will be policy changes or refinements in order to meet certain goals as well. So because it's a policy project, there may be reasons that are identified to change policies, maybe fine tune a few things. That's part of this analytical process once we have a starting point.
Okay, thank you.
I think that is a perfect segue into next steps, Dan.
All right, that might actually stole the thunder of my next step slide, but I'll go through this pretty quick. So as I mentioned, we are going to start the environmental impact report very soon. That really starts with this project description, which is essentially a more expanded narrative of the preferred alternative with the different numbers and qualitative components we discussed this evening. We've actually been working as a team on the draft general plan policy language for a while and really evaluating the current general plan policy, what policies have been implemented and are no longer needed, which ones should be refreshed. So we're well underway on that piece. But the EIR is going to be a big piece this summer, as well as the fiscal impact analysis, which should be on this list as well. Again, all of this, once it is prepared, will become public, and we're looking at another round of community engagement in the fall. Open house, the full draft general plan, and some additional opportunities for feedback and refinement before eventually going before council for review and adoption.
All right, thank you very much. So now we are going to open up to public comment. And what we'll do is if you're new to doing public comment, you come up to the podium, and we ask that you kind of get lined up so that we're not kind of gradually meandering, but everybody, and we'll do public comment first of those here in the chambers, and then we'll go to Zoom and or phone. When you speak, we'll have a 3-minute timer, so you can see your timer on the screen above us and know how you're doing. And make sure you state your name for the record. And what we'll do is we'll take down all the comments and questions. And then once we're complete, we will answer all those together. And then if we need to reopen public comment to clarify anything, we'll do that. Okay. So with that, please come forward for public comment. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
If you could get it a little closer maybe and just make sure you speak
How's
clearly.
that?
There you go. Yeah.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I really appreciate all the work that I'm seeing has been done in this regard to this general plan update. And I thank everyone here for that work. My name is Fred Athey, and I live at 7255 Portola Road. And I'm going to read this. I built my home at 7255 Portola Road and have lived there since I purchased the lot 7275, which is adjacent. And I moved there in 72. So I've been here for 50 years. And this was before Atascadero was incorporated. And at the time that I purchased this property, the county had it, and the regulations at the time said I could subdivide it, and that was our intent. We were going to subdivide this property and make it into lots. And over the years, I've maintained this property. I've paid the taxes on it, done all the routine things that you need to do, taking care of trees, etc. And my intent, our family's intent, was that this was going to be a piece of property, a 5-acre plus piece of property that we were going to subdivide, and we're going to share the when we passed, we were going to pass this property on to our kids, and it would be like a inheritance for them. But we didn't get to do the subdivision because we didn't know how, and at that time we were just a young couple and didn't have the money to do it. So I feel that this your idea, actually today I haven't heard much about residents at all. At best I can tell, this is a commercial deal that you're doing mainly, and you're depending on I would call them granny units to increase your number of residences versus new homes. So I'm here to appeal. I don't know what your decision was on my property. I haven't seen it yet. But if you refuse it, I'm here asking that I have some recourse to appeal what has been decided. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Athey. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Eric Cleveland. I think Phil and companies did a great job on the general plan. And this may be for this portion. And if not, it's for food for thought when you guys get to the next portion. You talked about you didn't make your population growth targets. Part of it was the pandemic you spoke about. The other thing that's happened in the last 20 years is vacation rentals. Vacation rentals, you have roughly 682 of them in the city. If you figure 3 people per household, you'd gain another 2,000, and you'd be about 3 to 4% off your projected target. So on that 20 years ago, that was pretty good. The second part of this is I think we are all working, and I'm going to say right now, we do own several rentals. So what I'm about to say will shoot us as much as the other 5% that it'll affect. We're trying to drive housing costs to more reasonable levels so our children can still stay here and stuff. Your 682 vacation rentals are about 5% of your whole housing, according to your own numbers. If you added that on and made a restriction, which again, I'm a huge property rights guy, but at some point, you're never going to satisfy everybody. So
We're going to piss off 5%, but help out the 95%. If you brought those back on with a restriction, you would basically get 20% of your targeted dwelling units for the next 20 years. You're averaging 133 units a year as your projection. It would be 5 years worth of housing development. And so that may be extreme, but maybe in the, whatever the next phase is, the layering for each zones, you could do the same thing as the state did on the ADUs, where you put a restriction that all dwelling units cannot be vacation rentals. They are here to fix the problem for our kids. So our daughter's in Phoenix and she's going, Dad, I think I'm just going to stay here after college. Cost of living so much cheaper. And we'd like to stay here, but we'd also like our kids here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cleveland. Next speaker.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. My name is Audrey Taub. I'm with the Slow Beaver Brigade. I'm sure it's no surprise what I'm going to talk about. Focus area with the Sycamore Road Industrial Zone. I really want to point out to the council, there's a lot of focus right now going into the Salinas River. A number of groups are getting together. NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Creeklands, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the RCD of Monterey, the U.S. Upper Salinas Las Tablas RCD, the Monterey Audubon, and the Slow Beaver Brigade. We're all getting together to talk about how to get our communities to face the river, not turn our backs to it, not have industrial zones. And my point being is that the Salinas River is about to have its day. It is happening. And the question is, will Atascadero capitalize on this? Will we be able to celebrate our natural resources as all the other communities are going to be invited to do too? This is a big opportunity. We have a big opportunity here to make a bold move and really in our policies celebrate this river and this natural resource, which the city would not exist without it. So I would like to invite a bold move and maybe change the industrial zoning around the Salinas River. If we were to look at that slide, and there was the last general plan did create a little bit of open space around that industrial zone. But if you look at it, it's really not thicker than a noodle in some places. And so I do think that we can do better than that. The second point I wanted to just question is that Morrow Road focus area along Atascadero Creek, increasing density along the creek. I do wonder about the zoning setbacks on that creek. And if you are to increase the number of houses on those units, and we have another flood like we did last year, would those setbacks be sufficient? And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Taub. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Pamela Giardini, and I'm representing Mr. Rick Arnett. And his property is on the property owner's land use request. It's item number 10.
Could you get a little closer to the microphone?
I've been accused of, talking too softly.
That's why the microphone helps.
I think I'm too tall. Is that better?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Arnett's property is item number 10 on the property's land use owner's request. And it states that it's being redesigned to very low density, but actually the graphic on the triangular neighborhood area shows it to be rezoned to low density. And so we're actually in favor of the low density designation, and I believe staff was too. I think it's just a mistake, typographical mistake. And so we just wanted to clear that up and make sure that it was being designated as low density, which would be 5 to 12 units an acre. And we feel that's really appropriate for this area since it's within walking distance of the commercial neighborhood zoning. There's a school nearby. There's lots of amenities for higher density there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giardini. Welcome, next speaker.
Good evening and congratulations, Mayor Marino, on your election. My name is Scott Newton. I own 11450 Vio Camino and 11505 El Camino Real. I would like to discuss Focus Area K, the Southern Gateway. My parcels are surrounded by high density and single family zones along with commercial and the currently zoned public zoning. Despite 2 approved projects, staff stated on numerous occasions that the P zoning wasn't ideal for this project, but housing would be more fitting. The proposed zoning does not allow housing. Instead, it creates a new zone called community recreation. This new designation is designed to accommodate, and I quote this, privately owned sites that support indoor and outdoor recreational uses such as ball courts, go-kart tracks, putting ranges, small sports fields, mini golf, etc. My 2 projects were ultimately rejected for not being compatible with the neighborhood. How are gas-powered go-karts compatible? This new zoning has the appearance of being retaliatory in nature, and I certainly hope it's not. Medium density residential is compatible with the neighborhood as a transition between the high density I have on one side, the commercial I have on the other, and the single family on the third side, since I have a triangle shaped piece. What I don't understand is how the Dove Creek Church parcel has no housing on it, has a church that meets the current zoning, and it's now being identified for medium density housing. One would think that my property is more suited for that designation than this one. Just because they have an SB4 application shouldn't automatically give them medium density. Otherwise, we should rezone every church to that. Page 70 of your agenda packet states that multifamily should not be located where there are no flooding infrastructure constraints. The city has reviewed and approved my engineered grading and drainage plans twice and have shown that there are no infrastructure constraints and no wetlands. I fully reject and oppose rezoning and devaluing my property by changing it to community recreation. It's nothing less than regulatory taking. My request is for residential zoning remains. Don't let our current litigation stop you from doing what's right. I am more than fair and open-minded. In fact, if the city rezones my property medium density residential, I will drop all my current litigation. This is an opportunity to save the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars, which the city has already spent. I appreciate your time and I look forward to moving. I appreciate your time. I look forward to us moving on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. Next speaker.
Hi, David Athy, a representative for Fred and Carol Athy. My father spoke earlier tonight. I just wanted to say that I think the plan or the draft that's presented here tonight has been interesting, and I think it's ultimately going to be good for Atascadero. Since E.G. Lewis's time moving forward, the county as the steward and then the city took it over, and slowly I could see things improving within the city. I think first of all, I support the changes in the zoning, especially in zoning where it hasn't worked for 20 years. Let's not keep doing the same thing and trying to get different results. I'm talking about Dove Creek specifically. I also support the upzoning of a land on the edge of the city. Well, I know it's good to be good stewards and good neighbors with the county. The county's got their own whole set of issues. So upzoning that land at the end of Santa Barbara Road there, I think is a good idea. I have no interest in that, but I just think that makes sense. The whole fading into the larger lots just really doesn't make sense. We're a city. We need to be dense. The development needs to be within the city of Atascadero. I was just wondering if staff could show the slide with the urban reserve line, the new zoning. I'd like to talk about that and the rural residential zoning as proposed. And I asked to reserve my
Mayor,
time while we're waiting.
Can you pop that up really
Yeah,
quick,
we
or
can
is
do
that
that.
if that's easy to do?
I appreciate it. I think it'll make it easier for council to understand what I'm talking about. We zoom in on the west side of town, kind of north of Highway 41. While they're doing that, there's an urban reserve line or urban services line that's within the city of Atascadero. And, really that's where the city is committed to having, more urban, more, denser development. You can see it on there. It looks like magenta on the screen, some figures it's red. I saw that, from our standpoint, it makes sense. Everything west of that line, outside that line, stay bigger lots, be rural residential, 0.1 to 0.4 units per acre. But there's a whole swath of land that's within that. And actually, if you look at those existing lots, they're non-conforming right now. Hardly any of those lots are an acre and a half. I mean, that's what we're talking about, 1 unit per acre and a half. So what we're asking for is maybe some consideration from council moving forward to direct staff to look at the lots within there, within that red zone, east of the inside the urban reserve line for higher density. And I'm not talking about 5,000 square foot lots.
And we lost the timer, but I think we're probably over. So if you could wrap up in about 15
I will.
seconds.
So,
thank you.
Absolutely. And I appreciate the time and I appreciate the figure. But I mean, half acre to quarter acre lots makes sense in this zone where you have the property that can support the development. It just so happens we're lucky. The slope in the lot is about 5%. So we just ask council if you'd please consider doing that. And we'd really appreciate it. And one last thing about parks, we totally agree that parks are needed. You have long linear parks. The Salinas River is an untapped resource. It's unbelievable what you could do with that. And then Atascadero Creek, all the creek parcels that are there, you have a ready to go park right now.
Thank you, Mr. Athey.
Thank you.
Welcome. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is William Simon. I'm a resident of Atascadero for the past 33 years. And my concern is, I'd like to thank everybody for their hard work and dedication. Their plans seem just spot on. Of course, you're not going to please everybody. Just as long as you please me, it's fine. My concern is 7500 Sinaloa. It abuts El Camino on one side and Sinaloa on the other, and Pueblo on the third side. And I think you might have already addressed it. I'm not sure, but the backside on Sinaloa, we would like to propose that you make that high density homes. We already know that the area does need higher density homes at the cost of homes in our area is prohibitive for our children to come back to the area. So more affordable housing would be helpful. And we are proposing to turn this eyesore into something more beautiful and facilitate our area. We also are working on a property on the corner of Kubron and 41 West, and we also would like to do some high density homes in that area as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon. Next speaker.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Max, local resident for a long time and developer broker. Big thank you and shout out to staff and the consultants. Great job on everything. And thank you to council for your good questions tonight. Charles had some good questions. I'm going to just go generally and then I'll get more specific. Charles had some good questions about some of these transition areas. And I just want to encourage council to take those hard steps. Those transition areas, it's a big change. Those are single family. What's being proposed is more multifamily. And I think it's really needed. It's imperative for our kids, my friends, my siblings that have all moved away. We need more high density housing. And it doesn't mean apartments. It could turn out to be, cottage cluster and different things like we've talked about. Another point Charles raised was about the density in the downtown in particular. I've emphasized this a lot, but 36 to 45 units an acre is going to help redevelop those properties. It's going to make the commercial more viable, higher height allowances in the downtown. That's all going to help lower parking requirements. And then there were more about the transition zones around Kmart, but particularly about concerns with new roads and things like that. I think in general, it's great to be going in that direction. Whether we can get there right now or not is a question. Whether the infrastructure can be provided is a question. But right now, there is no large areas to build large housing projects anywhere in the city. So allowing that particular area to be focused on housing is really important, and I really support it. On the South Gateway focus area, I think as it's proposed is not very wisely planned. And frankly, it's a complete waste of land in the city. Some of those particular properties already have work being done to go towards housing, to go towards, go-kart tracks and golf courses is not going to happen. Susan had a good question about the 2 lots on the south side of Santa Barbara. I agree with you. They should be high density, as high as possible. That's the only way they'll be redeveloped. Medium density won't get it there. So now on the specifics, on 7500 Sinaloa Avenue, the rear portion that faces onto Sinaloa, there's 3 underlying lots already. One of those lots is the lot that faces onto Sinaloa. All of the lots to the south of that are zoned multifamily high density. So we're asking that the rear portion of 7500 Sinaloa that faces onto Sinaloa carry that same zoning through, which is high density all the way to the corner of Pueblo and Sinaloa, which leaves the corner of El Camino and Pueblo as the prime commercial area as it should be, rather than putting commercial buried back at the rear of the site. 4600 through 4900 San Paulo were not included on the specific project application list, although they had submitted an application. We don't know if that application got lost or what happened, but those lots 4600 to 4900 San Paulo are the lots up behind Sonic. They were previously like arguably failed development with Kelly Gearhart. They're existing multifamily. They'll only ever be multifamily. They'll never be mixed use. There will never be the ability to put commercial there. And investors that I know have purchased them, they're having a very hard time getting anything approved there.
Okay,
So the request
can you
is,
wrap up?
yes,
quickly?
almost done.
All right.
The request is that those lots be to multifamily, not to mixed use. And then the last point I want to make is on page 85 of the staff report. Why do we see literally no data on the various state housing bills? The states come up with all these bills to incentivize housing. If you look at the data, nothing has been.
That's the next project, or that's the next item. That's not this item.
Oh, perfect. We'll
Yeah,
send it
that's
there.
not item C2. Perfect. All right, next speaker.
Jeff Oslin, resident. This general plan update is pretty good, and I appreciate the staff and consultants on everything that has been put into it. A couple things, I'm jealous because I'm on the west side, and I was told we're not touching the west side. So I have reason to be jealous. I think we should have looked at a couple things. One being that Santa Cruz at some point be put in there, that the bridge would be put in. So maybe we have a way out of the backside of that area to San Ramon. The other part is, even though it's a rural area, I would like to maybe buy an acre, 2 acres of land from my neighbors, but without considering what we can do for possible lot line splits or something of that nature on the west side that makes it pretty impossible. So it's just something that would like to see looked at. As far as switching gears here, the stats for the 2045 build out plan, I'm curious what those stats were for the last 20 years in terms of housing, and also we touched upon housing, but jobs and job growth. I mean, this city was always a bedroom community, and we're trying to obviously be more self-sufficient and have taxes, but I'm concerned about commercial and industrial being white glove. For example, would you ever let a I'll pick on it, a EV repair shop in one of these industrial places. I don't think our city would. That's why I'm calling this white glove, and that would be something that may be needed, would stop thinking the old shops. So I think we need to take those things into consideration. And the biggest one is with all the build out and everything, we, the city of Atascadero, may have the capability for the infrastructure that we need and the roads we need, but how much more can our exits and on ramps and off ramps to 101 handle? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I'm not seeing anyone else in chambers. Is there anyone else here wanting to speak on this item? All right, so I'm going to go to the Zoom room, and if there's anyone wishing to speak, if you would please raise your hand. And I'm not seeing any phone callers. Is that correct, Luke? Okay. Anyone here on Zoom wishing to raise their hand, you can press that little raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen. Okay, I am seeing none, so giving it one last chance here in case you were taking a break while everyone else is speaking. Press that raise hand. Nope, not seeing any. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring that back to council and staff. So I'm going to go through each of these, and I'm sure staff was taking notes as well. Let me get back to where I was on them. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to go with both Misters Athy and we're speaking on item number 21. And the ultimate answer had been no, taking it down to the half or the 1 acre because there wasn't any sewer available. Can maybe staff speak to that? Is there a possibility with the 1 acre? Because we have said previously with standards when it comes to septic that potentially on 1 acre, sometimes less if it can, if the engineering can handle it. Can you maybe speak to that so the applicant understands, and is there any possibility or any appeal recourse?
It's definitely a good discussion to have. I think early on, we stated what our objectives were and to not really encroach far into the west side with doing substantial changes and increase in density, which could really have big implications. Once we start looking at adjusting some of these areas that have these non-conforming lots, it does have repercussions in creating a lot more density out in the west side where we don't have good transportation, even though they might be able to meet the regional water standards for sewer. Is it something where we want to go? So I think it's a question for council. Could it be done? Potentially we could get down to 1.5 acres. That's really where regional water wants us, because we have to assume a single family house and an ADU, potentially an SB9 lot split, because those properties are within what we call an urbanized area in accordance with SB9 standards, some of them. So they allow SB9 now. Some of these allow today 4 units per property based on ADU and SB9. So you start bringing down those lot sizes, you're talking about a significant increase in density in those areas beyond what the state already allows. So those are some of the things that we considered in that. There are some areas of Portola that do have sewer service extending along them. I'm not sure, and maybe our public works director could speak to, what the potential is to go further with that. It is within our urban services line. That is within an area that we do intend to have slightly higher densities and have sewer service, but it doesn't mean we can serve that whole area, and it has a lot of implications to it. So this exercise really did focus on creating a lot of additional residential density, but primarily in areas where we can easily accommodate it with the transportation, with the wastewater, with the services, and closer to the employment.
Thank you. Let's see, Mr. Cleveland, you brought up vacation rentals, and that is something that the council will be talking about. I don't know if our deputy city manager has a sense of when that's coming to us to have kind of a discussion to start talking about that. Is that on the calendar or not yet?
It's on the calendar for strategic planning to have that discussion. I'm going to be
April
bringing
20th.
some statistics to you on the number of vacation rentals in town, what the city's doing with that, what potentials are. So I'll be bringing that discussion to you with strategic planning on April 20th.
Wonderful. And
Saturday.
I'm going to ask, this is off topic, if anyone has a charging cord, because I'm just about dead here. If anyone's got that would be helpful. Let's see. I'm going to come back to Ms. Taub's comments and then number 10. Ms. Giardini, representing Mr. Armet, had asked about low density. And yes, that has been designated for low density, correct? I see that in the.
Correct, yeah, which is, the graphic was correct at 5 to 12 dwelling units per acre.
Okay.
Apologize for that mistake.
No,
were
that's,
right.
it was in the chart, and it may just be that the information hadn't been transferred. Oh. Thank you for a moment here. Oh. We have to see what we can unplug down here. We don't know. Actually, could it just plug in there? I heard that magic ding, meaning it's charging now. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so number 10, we are good on that. Could you speak to, and also come back to Mr. Newton's comments too. Could you speak to, Dr. Simon and Mr. Zappas were mentioning 7,500 Sinaloa, and where it's facing ECR, Pueblo, and the potential of high density. Is that a conversation we've been having with them?
It is. It's kind of an L-shaped property that actually borders 3 streets. They did come in for certificates, I believe, and it is 3 separate underlying lots. We generally don't like to do split zoning on one property, but with the 3 underlying lots, if the council felt it was appropriate to do multifamily on the Sinaloa street, we could look at designating that property multifamily. It's completely designated commercial at the moment because it's connected to the parcels on El Camino.
Sinaloa already has a lot of multifamily, doesn't it?
Sinaloa is a multifamily street. So this property kind of creates an L and touches Sinaloa, and there's a property in the back that they would like to be residential.
Okay. Now that's not necessarily a conversation where we're going to make that decision tonight, correct? Or is that something where you say, hey, if we're amenable to that, let's move forward with it? I need to know where we're going.
Yeah,
here.
I think we'd like a little bit of direction, whether it be a larger scale of, hey, where it makes sense for these little, one-offs. I know they mentioned Kerbril and Morrow Road as well. So if there's general direction, we'll take that. Or if there's property specific direction, we would take that.
Okay. All right, we can come back to that conversation. And also San Paulo was mentioned by Mr. Zappas, 4,600 or 4,600 to 4,900 San Paulo.
Yes. And that's a very interesting property. That's behind what used to be the Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's now going to be Sonic Burger. It actually is zoned commercial tourist. So in our last general plan, we assumed that area would be hotels, motels, fuel stations, fast food restaurants. It's close to that big intersection at San Anselmo, El Camino Real. And so unfortunately, a developer came in some years ago to build a hotel. It's called the San Paulo Inn. And then over the years, that inn has gradually eased its way into an actual long-term residential project. It doesn't conform with today's zoning, and it's actually a significant code enforcement case. So there's also significant topographical constraints. Some of the units were built up on the hillside and were never given a final certificate of occupancy. They never came back to the city, and they never got completed and never had their fire access built to them. So there's a lot of interesting quirks and constraints on that property. Our proposal on the general plan today is to zone that mixed use, which would make it a lot more friendly to doing commercial and residential projects. Today, it's all commercial tourists, which doesn't allow for any residential. It allows for only transient occupancy. However, it's not being used that way. So I think the proposal is to go closer to what it's actually being used for, to provide that flexibility and maybe do some residential on the hillside, but then do some commercial down below like it's existing today. But if the community or the council wants to go a different direction, I think that's completely open, but I'm not sure everyone understands the whole predicament of what's going on, or if Max understood entirely what we're proposing there, which is closer to what I think he was asking for.
All right, thank you for that. And possibly that's a conversation that you could be having with him and making sure you're sitting down together and he's got a solid idea on what that looks like.
Exactly. And one thing I want to note too is just because the city enacted effort doesn't go exactly how each property owner wants to go, doesn't block them from coming in with a separate application at a future date to say, I'd like to amend the general plan. I have this really good idea and it works. Here's the details of why it works. And we're not able to dial in that level of analysis with this general plan update, but some property owners might decide to do that and it might be okay. It might be good.
Yeah, it's not intended to do that. So correct. And Mr. Oslin was when you're talking about the off ramps and all of that and our infrastructure. I mean, that will be part of the EIR process, correct, Dan, or director?
Yes, roadways throughout the city will be part of the circulation element of the general plan and also evaluated in the.
And also you were asking like commercial industrial, like what would be allowed, and that we'll drill down more on that when we get to the zoning aspect of it, get to more of that detail. And sounds like a lot of people on the west side wanted to be included. So let's see here. All right, so let's come back to we can look at the 7,500 Sinaloa in the rest of this conversation, but let's also come back to then and I guess this would start to be the discussion we're going to have, but Ms. Tao brought up, and it's a conversation we were already having with regard to let's see, I'm looking at my notes here, Salinas River. So whether it is, I think you were mentioning, I'm trying to remember if it was Kelly. Kelly, I think that was your item. Talking about possibly having development standards in that area, or because these are privately owned. So if we say to the water company or whoever, you've got this industrial zone property and we're going to take that away from you and we're going to now call it, open space, that's problematic. But what are the opportunities we have in terms of development standards? And is that something necessarily, probably not that we would talk about tonight, but that we would give direction and say, hey, it is important to us that this corridor be obviously protected, be enhanced as much as possible. But how would we give you that direction tonight?
I think it's a perfect opportunity to write policy too, as we go to our general plan and we talk about this area and the interface with the Salinas River and what it should be from a development standpoint. Then we don't have to say, okay, it's no longer valid to have industrial here, but what we could say is if the property develops, here are the factors that need to be taken into consideration for development, that it should have a setback of X, that it should have access to the De Anza Trail that's prepared as X, that it should have separation hydrologically from the Salinas River, that it should have protection of the viewshed and the aesthetics, that it should consider the biological resources of the area, and it should consider the needs of the Atascadero Mutual Water Company to continue treating water and bringing water to our community. For example, right now, they are proposing to build a PFAS facility that removes PFAS from water, which is a substantial expansion of their courtyard that they have now kind of directly below the Highway 41 overpass. And so they're doing that now on land that they own in that industrial zone. And that's something we really critically need to serve our community. So there's things like that. That area is already constrained by its lack of sewer service. So the amount of land uses that can go there are very constrained. So it is certainly something we can accommodate through policy at your discretion. And so you can give us some general guidance and we can write policy that goes that way.
Okay. And so we would give you some of that direction tonight, which you've actually done a nice job of laying that out, but we're not going to set that policy tonight. You would come back with a policy.
Correct. You could say, hey, go
Perfect.
do something like this.
Yeah. Wonderful. All right. And then Ms. Tab was also asking about on Morrow Road, increasing the density and concerned about the setbacks on the creek side and things like that. Maybe you could speak to that.
And creek setbacks are a piece of our zoning regulations. They are separate from general plan policy. The general plan policy can generally talk about it, and they should say that, hey, new development should respect creek setbacks to mitigate flooding and hazards and to preserve biological resources. And we have that in our general plan today already. And we don't intend to dramatically change that in our general plan. But we could change those policies to go one way or the other,
I
but it's
think
the
maybe
zoning that
it sounded
implements
like
it.
maybe the concern was with that increase in density. Do we see an issue?
It wouldn't change how our creek setbacks were handled. It just
Okay.
adds more density in the areas where it's possible, but it wouldn't allow for the ability for development to get closer to the creek than we allow today.
Okay.
That's a separate topic.
And then you would still have the issues in terms of pervious versus pervious versus impervious and all of those requirements that regional water would require. So that would also
As it stands today, no,
matter what.
on a new development project or even a redevelopment of a site, water can't leave the site. So.
Okay, thank you. So then on Mr. Newton's property, talking about that area, which is area K, that south end and the recreation. And we had also had another public comment that came in via email by somebody else that owns another property. I think I had heard one of you, it was either you or Miss Gleason, say that a potential of looking at where some of the flooding, because Mr. Newton's comment was that, he had taken care of flooding and we've approved those plans. So maybe you could speak to the floodplain, the issues that staff sees with that or that have come to light, particularly after last year. But what are the options there, if any, for housing, and would that be accomplished through our conversation tonight? Would that come later? Could you let us know what that looks like?
We are looking for direction from council on this. This is a perplexing situation to discuss. We are not trying to take away property rights. We're not trying to downzone properties in this area. We're trying to make the properties better than they are today, which is public. Public doesn't offer a lot of opportunity for private ownership. We do want to bring up a map that shows kind of the general flood zones through here. We do need to respect that and manage that. And I think there could be a creative way to allow different kinds of development in here. If we wanted to add housing in here, it could be creatively done, but we'd have to say, all right, these flood zones have to be respected. You have to have setbacks, you have to control that. And then maybe another portion of the property could be some other thing. But I think going back to Councilman Borbeau's comments earlier, do we want to add a whole lot of additional density in this area? Or do we see it more like something as a potential extension of what we see in Dove Creek today, which is sort of the small lot single family? And I think that might be more conducive in terms of neighborhood compatibility, rather than seeing high density multifamily and adding that level of density in an area where you don't have services. Might be better assumed to be something like a low density that has sort of the cottage style single family while respecting the creek and flooding and, views through these properties. So those are potential options that can be looked at that can go those different ways. So those are great discussion items. There is also the much more vintage property right in the center of this whole discussion that we've seen in the recent last couple of years surrounded by water. So it's a challenging discussion to have. I mean, the flood areas, as you look at this map, take up a large portion of these properties. And that could be changed. Someone could come in and grade this property, put culverts in, make the drainage better underneath Viejo Camino, remove the wetlands that are there. It's just a big, significant change. And it could have implications further upstream in Dove Creek and how the water quality is handled further downstream. So those are all significant implications. So the question is, do we want to do that as part of this general plan update? Or should we just leave it public and let somebody come in to rezone the property on their own if they want to rezone their property, and have them do this individual analysis on managing these situations, on what should remain open space, what should remain flood zone, what should become developable? I mean, that's another option altogether. If the city's being threatened with, hey, you're downzoning my property, well, let's just leave it. That's a potential option. Leave it public. But our belief as staff is public doesn't serve those private property ownerships. Now, maybe the community recreation doesn't serve it as in the same respect, but we don't know what our land use list would be in that designation. And I think we're trying to come up with ideas that would work for not only the property owners, but for the community that surrounds it. And so when we look at those surveys that we did in the community, we tried to respond to that. in addition to responding to property owners here. So this is a challenging one. I think it does need some focus. So.
Okay. So what I am seeing, we're going to need to have some conversation on, based on the notes I've been taking, is obviously the Salinas River and coming up with some ideas on development standards. Charles, and asking about definition of low density and you know, do we have the correct definitions? We can talk about that. Just got notes of people saying increased density and height downtown, which we're doing, so we don't need to speak anymore on that. Policies that speak to transitions, and so I don't know if there's something more that we needed to discuss there, but I have that noted. We need to talk about, I think, Mayor Pro Tem Funk added maybe adding entertainment to downtown. If we want to just have that word added in there, that would be fine. We want to talk about non-city maintained roads in terms of, is there a policy to make it easy for property owners to improve? And then if they could bring it up to standard, which probably not. I mean, there's a kind of two things, like, is there a policy where we help homeowners improve their own roads versus if they bring it up to standard, could we then take it over? But that's a conversation. I would like that native tree ordinance policy looked at. We have Mr. Newton's property and we have 7,500 Sinaloa. So those are the things I see we need to discuss. Okay. So that was Mr. Newton's property. Yeah.
But not just Mr. Newton's, but also the properties south of Santa Barbara Road.
I wasn't going to discuss that, but if you want to, we are more than happy to do
Yeah,
that.
see if we can. There was some concurrence in public comment about upping the density on those.
Okay, so let's start with, and so we're looking here at like 9:36. So to the extent we can move through this quickly, because we still have two more items, I would like us to do that so that we're not here at 1 o'clock and not making good decisions at 1 a.m. Charles, definition of low density, do you want to discuss that further? Or are you okay with that?
No, staff knows, I just think it's a misnomer to call, up to 12 units an acre low density. That's a misnomer. I think people in our community, especially Atascadero, having been more rural, people would find that very confusing. Normally, like I said, I don't care about those kind of definitional things, but I think in this case, it's just off a notch. And
okay.
I mean, if my colleagues don't agree with that, then it's fine. But I just think it's going to be confusing for the public.
Anyone concerned about that in terms of, nope.
Yeah, I also agree that 12 units an acre that's like a medium density to me. So I think it just needs to be, we need to come up with another notch, as Charles says. So in fact, when I looked at it, I saw medium density, and as I was going through it further, then I realized, oh wait, there's low density, but it was up to 12 units.
Okay, so so I get what your guys are saying. Can I ask staff, is there a different, because what they're saying really is the public's going to say low density and they're going to go, what, up to 12 acres in some spots? So is there a different terminology that makes it clearer to the public?
Yes, we can come up with terminology. We may not be able to come up with it on the fly.
No,
but for example,
and
we
you
could
don't need to
say,
come up with it on the fly.
It could be rural, semi-rural, and then, if we can do something different. So I think we have heard you on that. And we'll come up with some different nomenclature that makes more sense for Atascadero.
Okay. So number one is low density definition, changing something there. All right. So secondly, the Salinas River, and I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem Funk, since this is something that you had brought up specifically. I know Charles is also very interested in this. I mean, we all are, but you've been kind of taking the lead on this. So if you think of the development standards, I think that Director Dunsmore actually did a very nice job of laying some of those out. But do you have some direction there that we might all be able to build consensus on?
Yeah, I liked what Director Dunsmore said. I think we also, in particular, need to have an overarching policy for the Salinas River. It's not currently identified as a focus area, but we need something not just in this Sycamore Road area, but river overall, to be thinking about it strategically as a long-term asset of the community, to working with the groups that are interested in it, and then making sure that we have the trail access and and quality connections through there, and are prioritizing its linkage to natural resources.
So Director, based
And I-
on what
and-
you had.
And if I may also add, and allow for the discussions that are happening for about a river center of some kind probably off of Kerberville, in areas where the city lands. So basically downstream of the water treatment plant, but upstream of the city water intake, where the beavers are and where it's the more interesting section of the river, to be thinking about conceptualizing that as a point of access and focus in our engagement with the river that would be a center for where we're thinking of ecotourism or other types of things long term.
That may be a little more detailed than what we're getting into here. If we can kind of keep it higher level and because I think that could still come into play, but we're not making that decision here that we're doing a center or but
Right.
there's the space that's open to it. And we've talked before publicly about working with them potentially on city property to do something like that.
Right.
So what I would ask is Director Dunsmore, based upon the things that you had kind of said, I don't know if you had listed that out. Do you feel comfortable with that kind of direction?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And do we have council consensus on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. We need to be respectful of the water company might have certain needs down there.
100%.
et cetera. And
100%.
yeah, and I would like to see some sort of mention just as a policy thing that we would love to see a river center. We just have to talk about it later, how that would come about, because it would be subject to the same constraints as any other project.
Right. I wasn't anticipating that we were going to designate a particular property or concept or whatever, but just recognize that
something to mention
there's
here that-
some sort of a
Yes,
thing
we've
that's
got
going to
it.
happen, and
Yeah,
we
it's
need
an
to be planning for that in our
All right.
20-year plan.
We got it. Increased density, height downtown. You're good with that, Charles, right? You kind of mentioned that. I didn't know if there was something
Yeah, I mean,
extra,
it's
but it seems
something-
like in the downtown zone, we're doing
Yeah.
what
I
you.
mean, something
and
I very much
others
want
have
to
been.
see,
Perfect.
is higher density, higher heights in the downtown area.
Perfect. Okay, policies that speak to transitions. So one example was the Morrow Road area. I'll look to Ms. Gleason and Mr. Dunsmore. Was there some kind of a direction you wanted from us in terms of transitions? Is there something council, are you concerned in certain areas? Is there additional direction we need to give to staff?
I'm concerned about, the degree of this transition going from single family to, fairly high density multifamily. And I'm just looking at how, how we might protect the neighbors. I wonder about simple things like we normally would require, gutters and sidewalks, in a new development. Are we going to have, be driving down one of these streets and it's 50 feet of sidewalk, no sidewalk, 10 feet, 25 feet of sidewalk, no sidewalk.
There's no gutters or
Yeah.
sidewalks already.
Right. I mean, there's implications to this, and I just want to make sure you address that when you talk about transitions, the literal transition, not just the transition in zoning, but the
physical
literal
appearance of
literal
look.
transition from a single family
Yes.
neighborhood to
Yeah.
becoming something other than
Yeah,
that.
what does it physically look like as
Yeah,
well?
it's,
in
di-
terms
it's
of
and
the
it's difficult because it is all small properties, all separately owned, and you're probably going to see, even if we incentivize it to this level, it's not going to all develop at once, and it will have different segments of public improvements. So maybe I think what we're all feeling is maybe we push too far on this. Right now today, the density of, for example, Navajo behind the commercial district there is about 10 units of an acre. It's not incentivizing the development today, but maybe to go to 24 would do it. And I think what we're showing on the map might be as much as, 36, which is a lot. So maybe we went too far. Maybe that's the scare factor, that it's too much. And maybe it should be more along those lines instead of high, the medium, which is 24, which would double, essentially more than double what's on the ground today and possibly be enough of incentive to get there. And staff debated that same thing. But it also could be handled by saying, all right, this is high, but we're going to put a policy overlay in this area to discuss how it develops and what can happen to foster the transition and what can happen, to make sure we have neighborhood compatibility. That's another way to do it as well, while keeping that higher density. So it is a good discussion. And I think we're looking for your direction as to how you might best see fit.
Councilmember Newsom.
Some of my concern over there is going to be all the on-street parking and then the visibility for the young families that are in that area. So we keep adding more housing or high density housing. It doesn't accommodate the parking, it doesn't accommodate trash cans and all of that stuff as you start filling it in more than it already is. So I think some of those challenges, more so on the Navajoa side, I think it's too high of density.
I see those same kind of parking and garbage can challenges over on Sinaloa as well. So if we did something there, we need to be cognizant of the impacts. But anyway, so if we're kind of sticking with this idea of transitions, so it was, and specifically, we'd be talking about the Morrow Road one, correct? Or is there another one as well? Is it specifically Morrow Road is really the big one, or also the triangle, or more just Morrow Road?
Sometimes when 41 or Morrow Road gets compacted, people take the side streets.
And I don't think
And
the
that's-
triangle is as big a transition, as a big adjustment as this. This is a bigger
That's true.
adjustment.
It's still the
Morrow
low
Road
density. Yeah.
can already accommodate some density, and we're kind of recognizing what could be accommodated, maybe going a slightly bit further. This area is a significant increase behind the commercial zone on Morrow Road towards the Atascadero Creek.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mayor Pro
I'd
Tem.
be interested in that being an option in the economic analysis. Does it really make a difference critically to the city in terms of our goals and, and in sustainability, and also in terms of the impact on downtown commercial development and Morrow Road commercial development? Do we really need to have that density? Or can we work just as well without being quite so dense there? In which case, if we don't really need it, let's we could back off of that a little bit.
Well, I
I'd
think
also
almost
really like,
economically, we're probably better off with, quite frankly, without it, from a burden on the city. So if we're looking at the idea of more better neighborhood compatibility, maybe taking that high density and turning that into a medium density, blending into the low then.
yeah, I mean, I'd certainly be comfortable with staff looking at that as an option and letting us know if there are significant downsides to doing that. Maybe we can, back off from that. I also would really like to see in the analysis of the practical issues that Councilmember Newsom was just mentioning: parking, trash handling, and street access. We may need to have some kind of a process policy where instead of building out the curb cutter and sidewalk in 12-foot increments here and there, that people pay into a fund, and when a significant enough of the neighborhood gets there, then you put in the whole sidewalk. But it's the patchwork quilt stuff, it just looks strange and it doesn't help safety.
Any other comments on the transitions? I'm inclined to, I think, especially if staff was a little bit concerned about that, both council members Borbo and Newsom. I just being over in that area and having spent some good amount of time there, it already feels very tight and close, even though a lot of it is single family. To think now there's going to be this whole section here of like the high density that feels like too much. I would agree with that. So I'm kind of look to my colleagues. Would we?
No, I agree with that. I just drove it today. It's narrow. It feels a little narrow.
Yeah.
And then you add that much more density. It's like too much of a change.
So if maybe we look at keeping it, taking that high density and making that medium density, and then let's do the analysis on that.
Sounds good.
I'm good with that.
Okay. So it's going to be H change high density to medium density. All right. And then okay. So now let's go to, okay, so downtown, just adding the word entertainment. And then let's talk non-city maintained roads. And what would be potential? Because again, we kind of look at those two options of, is there a mechanism by which we can help homeowners help themselves and repair those roads? Of course, you've got to have everyone involved or a large majority, otherwise it really doesn't work. And is there ever an option that if they do bring it up to standard, the city could then take it over? So what are some of the options here we could be looking at, if anything?
And
Perfect opportunity for a public works director to weigh in. I think a couple weeks ago, he was given a big 5-gallon bucket of kind of cold mix. I don't think that's the permanent solution, but Nick, I think this is a great discussion about, when this
Well,
non-city
because the
maintained
issue is if
roads.
we're going to raise the density over there.
Yeah, we're raising the
and we're
density,
ti-
raising
and-
the traffic demand over there. Is this something that, if we plan for this infrastructure, could the city take on these roads? Could it be part of our future development impact fee ordinance? Could it be a future part of, what we analyze in this update to take those over in areas that have medium and high density in our, I think it's a big discussion, and I'm just asking that question. I don't know.
I'm assuming
So-
it's probably a no, but because it's been brought up, I wanted to see what do we, if we say, no, that really isn't feasible, and I'm thinking that's probably what the answer is, and I'm getting the nod from our Public Works Director, what do we decide to do then as a council about that triangle area? Do we still think it's a good idea to upzone when we don't have those city maintained roads, and we know that it really isn't going to be possible to have those be city maintained roads?
Well, I think that to me, I mean, it does present a dilemma in the sense that we have never accepted a non-city maintained road into the city network. So in new neighborhoods like the Lakes or Apple Valley, those are all maintained by the residents, and they are up to standards. And they're brand new. They were put in up to standards. We don't take them. They're maintained by the residents. So I don't think you want to establish the precedent that you're going to, if you fix this road up, we'll take it to the city network. But it does beg the question of, if we, through this rezoning process, impose the capability of higher density on a given neighborhood, are we now imposing essentially a greater road maintenance burden on those existing property owners? So the question in my mind would be, what do you do to make the people who are building the increased density pay the greater share of maintaining those non-city maintained roads compared to the existing resident who didn't ask for that to happen?
Well, but right now, there's no mechanism by which to compel any of those property owners to fix the road. So it's unfortunate because oftentimes you'll talk to a property owner and they would love to fix the road,
Sure.
but there's 8 people on the road or 20 people on the road and only 3 of them are interested
Right.
in that.
But there is a mechanism if you're allowing somebody to build a new, 12 unit set of townhomes or something, there is a mechanism to making
Yes.
them do something to make the road better.
But then they'd have to be making it better for everybody. And so then that unit
Therein
then
lies the
is
dilemma.
there in
Right.
in
Where along
perpetuity.
that non-city maintained road, somebody plops in a project, are we gonna make them just fix the segment, the front property frontage, are we gonna make them, make access
Which doesn't make any
better?
sense because they still have to be using the rest. So that really is the question for us here tonight is, do we want to increase that zoning knowing that we really cannot be bringing those roads into city maintained?
And that,
service?
I can speak on a couple. In the last few years, some neighborhoods have come together and improved their roads. There's probably been 6 different sections of road in the last few years that they've come together, done without, they're always going to have a couple property owners that say, no, I'm not interested, or I can't afford it, or whatever it might be. But the city hasn't really forced any of that. That's been kind of a grassroots effort on the block or the neighborhood. I know the local road repair program that we used to have, where the city would put a CD and kind of secure that. Sounds like we've been working on that. I know Lorelei and Jerry have, and it sounds like we're getting close to maybe being able to implement that program. So, I mean, that could be a possibility as well. New developments, we require them to do kind of a road repair agreement, but usually, like I think of like Bosque Court, there was 2-3 acre lots that he did a cul-de-sac. There were 6 1 acre lots he created through a tract map. Usually on those, you have to have all the buyers' input and agreement. And when a developer owns all the properties, you only need to have his buy-in. You can make that a condition. But it's much more difficult if you have 20, 30 owners on a road. I mean, you're not going to get 100% buy-in on that. So that's kind of the dilemma on it. And then just the piecemeal faction too. Our code does require when a house is built to improve the road by 10, half a lane plus 10 feet. So if the road's already built, they just need to improve it in those Navajo areas and San Ynez. They're actually sidewalk on one side, curb gutter on both, and then parking on one is kind of the standard we've been going with. So it is, the piecemeal faction is very difficult to do. And then, where's the drainage going? Because that's a whole nother option too, and where you discharge that too. So it's a tough cookie to crack,
It is a tough cookie, and I kind of delved us into this conversation of non-city maintained roads, but really the question before us is, do we say move forward with the Triangle neighborhood, for example? I mean, that's really the one we're talking about. Do we move forward with upzoning that, knowing that within there are some non-city maintained roads?
I would say no. I mean, having driven some of those, I can't even take my car down some of them. What is it? Asina from Portola?
Azucena.
Yes, is undrivable in a smaller car. Currently, after those rains, I had to take a truck through it. So we add more density to that. That's not fair. They can't even hardly drive that road.
Possible we could pull out those areas that are along the non-city maintained road. The good thing about this whole exercise we're doing about this whole land use discussion, it does come along with a whole circulation discussion that we haven't even tapped into yet. Circulation element talks about all of these provisions. Then when we're done with the general plan and the circulation element, we will be also revisiting our entire city's development impact fee ordinance and our process for collecting fees to be able to do city improvements. So there's those two mechanisms that are big pieces of this whole puzzle. But for now, if you don't feel comfortable with non-city maintained roads going up in density, you could recommend we just pull those particular roads out of the exercise because they're non-city maintained, or, rather than take the whole area out of the discussion.
Do you have any roads where if you took them out, you're still going to have other people driving down them coming from? I mean, because a road isn't just necessarily driven on only by those individuals.
If that's the case, yeah, we could look at that as well. If it's
Okay.
part of the whole infrastructure that's going to create additional demand just because the adjacent areas are increased as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yeah, I also didn't, aside from eyebrows, didn't get a read that we necessarily had a real analysis of whether some kind of mechanism could be created that would address some or all of the roads in that triangle area where we're looking to increase density. Because I have that concern that Councilmember Newsom does, that if we're adding density into an area in a way that's going to create additional uses on those roads, particularly roads that are through roads, it is, it makes what is already a really challenging problem to get everybody together to do something about this very costly issue, functionally unworkable to have a lot of additional development. So I want us to think about I'd like to leave it open for staff to look at which pieces of this might be addressed in what way, in order to, I mean, if there's an opportunity to add density that will be useful for our city and make it workable to fix this ongoing, to get those roads up to speed in this area, I think that makes sense to grab that as an opportunity to do that together.
Mayor Pro
And
Tem, I
know
don't
we
believe that
can't-
there is an opportunity to get those roads up to speed. That's as you can see, our public works director can confirm that, but I'm not hearing that there is going to be this mechanism by which to get this road up to speed and then suddenly it's a city maintained road. That's not going to be happening.
I think that mechanism would be difficult. But there might be some mechanism that we could do to improve the road, by whoever's doing it. I know a lot of times construction, we've had neighboring properties that have complained about construction traffic destroying the road during those projects. And those things, those types of things we mitigate by requiring whoever's developing that and doing the construction to repair those roads prior to finaling the building permit. But, short of that, we can't necessarily require them to improve the road unless it's something that's triggered by, a traffic impact or something like that. So we can look into it a little bit. We've got a really sharp city attorney and he might even have some ideas too.
So let me ask Councilmember Darrows wanted to weigh in and then
Yeah, just
Councilmember
on the-
Borbo, and then let's wrap
on the
this
roads-
piece up.
Yeah, on the roads not being maintained, I mean, at what point you have to have safe fire access? So at what point would the city step in and say, you guys got to come together? I mean, how's that handled to get it fixed, and who's going to fix it?
That is a great question, and it's something that the city attorney and I talked about on Monday or yesterday, before even the second came up. So we've been talking about that because there are a couple roads in town that from storm damage, that do need to be addressed, but it's difficult to require a property owner or, neighborhood to do that.
So let me ask this question. I'm going to say between both of our directors here, you hear what we're saying, you hear our concerns, and you can take this information and see what is possible. Is there a mechanism by which somebody could improve it enough because they're incentivized to build it and they're upzoning and that gets done? Maybe it doesn't, but you hear what we're saying, and to simply upzone on non-city maintained roads and have them just get worse and worse isn't an option.
That's
for
not an
us.
option. That's very
Okay.
clear. Thank you.
All right.
That was
Thank you.
pretty much going to be my comment is, pull out this non-city maintained, the increased density on non-city maintained roads, unless you can come up with a viable policy solution that addresses the problem.
Perfect. All right. So now let's move on to, please add in the native tree ordinance, taking a look at that, please, regarding multifamily, single family. And then, okay, so now the two things left we want to talk about are the recreation zone, that south end, so those few properties, and then also 7500 Sinaloa. So let's talk about the what's currently zoned recreation, and I think that's K. Is that K? Yeah, that's K. So some of the options we've been hearing are we could keep it as is and let the property owner come with an idea, taking the flood zone into account. We could move forward with the proposed change, and that would not prevent any property owner from coming forward with a proposal, regardless. We're still figuring out what that recreation zone is, and we could ask for input from those property owners. So there are a few options that we have here, and I'll get input from my colleagues on what direction you might like to go. And I would say, Councilmember Borbo, you had brought this up in the beginning, and see if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to impose the community recreation thing because I'm concerned about whether that's really a commercially viable use. The water has to be addressed, but that's what water engineers are for. And hydraulic engineers are for. It may be that they can't do much with these properties unless they improve the where the water flows under Viejo Camino. Widening those, widening it so the flow can go through without backing up, because that's the responsibility of a property owner. Is if whatever they do doesn't create more back pressure upstream or create more runoff downstream. And I would gather that, hydraulic engineers can figure that out, and I'm open to them proposing something keeping in mind what the council has rejected in the past. But I'm reluctant to impose zoning that both of these property owners have, don't want to have imposed them. We're not doing that anywhere else in this process that I can see. Pretty much up zoning everything that we're considering. So, I mean, my take would be, yeah, not actually change the public zoning at this point, although I see that we're really trying to get rid of public zoning for non-publicly owned property. And that makes sense to me because this is, a weird situation, but I'm reluctant to impose this community recreation zoning unless somebody can really demonstrate that it should be a commercially viable.
And you're saying
option.
on just those properties that have said they don't want it? Because there's more than that that's in the current public zone.
Right, but those already have existing uses on them. The colony home,
Right.
and there's other homes, and there's
Right, but
the center, the
but you're still
call.
fine changing that zoning or designation. Not changing zoning designation as proposed
Well,
here, except on the two. that
I'd
have-
be a little concerned though about what does it do to those property owners that don't have any current proposal in mind, but they're not necessarily going to want their current use forever. I'm just a little concerned about this community recreation zoning. whether
Okay,
it's
so
really
let
a
me
viable
ask
zoning.
staff then, because I think that is something where we don't have, and you've even said that we don't know exactly what that looks like. You talked about possibly go-kart tracks, like outdoor recreation, and, and I could understand, like, it's definitely a community benefit. But if we talk about rezoning somebody's property, is that viable for them in terms of a financial, payback?
And it really hasn't been explored to that level. And so, our thought was, gosh, there's this huge demand for pickleball courts. It could be a private pickleball court, club that goes in there, which has a great big, indoor recreation center and, maybe even some lodging on part of the site. So we don't know what community recreation is or could be. It's an idea that we wanted to sort of plant and grow from that. And it could have a lot of different land uses on it that I think we don't realize tonight, like some kind of lodging use or some kind of residential use to some extent that accompanies that. So, but yeah, the other option is we analyze what the flood impacts are on these properties, cut those out as open space and give a different designation to the remainder. But then again, the property owners may see that as a taking because we're putting, the flood zone aside. But to blanket the whole thing with a land use that allows for full development while ignoring those flood zones is also not responsible either. And that's going to trigger some concerns when we do our EIR for our general plan overall. It's going to trigger some discussion there. So should the city be doing that level of analysis on these properties to redesignate them? So there's a couple implications. So I think we probably need some more analysis on these properties. I think what we're looking for tonight from the council is a very general direction. If you all agree that community recreation isn't the right fit based on what we've heard, that's fine. Let's look at something different, but maybe give us some ideas and hints of what you think might be best and how we might bring in the flood zone concerns and whether we could do something that could address that.
Councilmember Newsom.
How costly is the analysis on that? Just that section on K?
There's been some analysis done on them. We already have mapping that shows wetlands and flood zones. So that's the map we showed you a bit earlier, which we can bring up again. We already have that. And that's put out by FEMA and it just designates the flood zones. But somebody could come in and change that. I think it's our responsibility to recognize what's on the ground today. And if someone comes in and re-engineers the property, they can simply change those boundaries of the flood zone and they can ask for FEMA to remap it.
Have other jurisdictions used this type of designation?
Community recreation, yes.
Do they find it a devaluation of properties in those areas?
It all depends on what the zoning was before. Obviously, if this was high density residential and we said it's community recreation, I believe that would be a downzoning of the property. Today it's public. Doesn't allow for very much for privately owned property. So almost any direction you go from that is an upzoning. Now, the strange thing about our public zone, which isn't mentioned in our current general plan, and I believe honestly today is a mistake, it does allow for a mini storage facility with a conditional use permit. But we went through that whole exercise for a year, and we showed you our general plan description, our policy that we wrote on the property 25 years ago, and none of it seemed to indicate that storage was a suitable use. And somehow it ended up in that public zoning district, which was very strange. So that's the only thing that is probably a viable option for a private property owner on these properties. But it seemed like the community was very much against that in this particular location. They came out in full force against it. So that's the only implication, is there is a land use there now under public that the owner, you know, of one of these properties had wanted that ultimately got rejected. Is there a higher and better land use? Maybe there is, and maybe there's other things we can explore, but we didn't believe community recreation was a downzoning. We believed it was an upzoning from its existing public designation.
I think it's important as we look at the city as a whole, as we're redesignating that public is only city-owned property. So I think that is an important part of this general plan that needs to be accepted. However, we choose to do this section is a little bit more complicated because we do want to value the property owner's wishes. And we've made other accommodations for some property owners that didn't want to be a part of this general plan.
Could you clarify what are the uses that are currently in the public zone that weren't described in the community recreation? Because basically, as I was looking at that, I mean, I've remember, you know, a number of discussions about recreation being one of the allowed uses. So I'm sure indoor and outdoor recreation are by right uses in that zone. And churches and childcare are allowed with, you know, under, you know, I don't know if they're by right or not, but they certainly exist in that zone and
yes,
have been allowed in that zone. So it seems like and forgive the description, the only thing, there are a couple of maybe like weird trash things that, or broadcast station, some very odd things that got dropped into that zone, and mini storage that would be moving out of that zone, but otherwise it's basically moving over the definition of public and giving it a definition, giving it a label that makes a little more sense.
Yes, and public right now does allow for parkland. It does allow for a church. It does allow for a school and childcare. Yes, those are all considered public uses. So a childcare facility or a preschool or a regular school or private school or a public school, those are all public land uses. So those are all things that are allowed. Those are all also things that could be allowed under community recreation, a childcare, a daycare, a preschool. Those are all logical uses for community recreation, but it could also expand to say, hey, you can do maybe a, you know, a private club on this property that has the following things in it, you know, different things. So the idea was to expand it, but to recognize the constraints on the property. But if both owners clearly want something different and they're going to clearly object to that, what, you know, what other options
Yeah,
are there?
I guess
So,
the concern I have is that what I'm hearing from the owners is the current proposal is to have it to do those whole properties in a housing designation that doesn't seem compatible with the water that I see on this diagram, and certainly doesn't seem compatible with the what we observed on those properties in the atmospheric river event a little over a year ago, where, you know, there was flooding in those properties that was much more substantial than certainly I envisioned based on the hydrologic studies for the northern of those two properties that we had seen, and would have caused me to ask a whole lot more questions if that came back again.
On that note, let me ask, because what the one owner here, the one property owner here tonight wants is a rezoning to residential, I think medium density. I don't remember the exact one, but what we're saying was a high density. We asked for the high density. Okay, didn't have that chart in front of me. And what I'm hearing from staff is that based upon the water and the issues that are there, we're not willing to zone that high density. there's nothing that precludes a property owner from bringing forth a proposal that would say, okay, taking the way the water goes into account, here's what I would propose in terms of residential. And it would be something that it would be, he could do that under public or recreation, whether we kept it a P or we changed it in R, he could bring it either way to ask for that. But it's not something we can say as an overlay, hey, this is going to be high density because of that potential for flooding. And
It would
the
be
way the water
disingenuous
goes.
to say that.
Okay.
It might be better suited if the city really felt like it should be residential to do something along the lines of 10 to 12 units an acre, and designate certain areas of the property that could accommodate the flooding. And so I think that's what we're saying. The existing designation doesn't correspond to these properties at all. In fact, we just brought up the general plan description of what public facilities is. It's really interesting. It just says this designation applies to properties that are publicly owned or house publicly operated facilities intended to meet public service, institutional, education, religious, and cultural needs of the community, including the Atascadero State Hospital. That's how vague our general plan is today. And that gives you some insight into how general plan policies are written, which is the exercise we're doing now. But if we designed a community recreation designation, we can design it much broader as well. It can have a lot of different land uses in it that would broaden this category.
Okay, let me, hold on, Councilmember Darius
Yeah,
wanted to speak and then I'll come back.
I just wanted to comment, and there's a lot of the discussion that's happening right now is, what the water will allow, we're talking about the flood zone and what can be built based on the water. It's the engineering that will dictate what you can do. I mean, it's like if you have a flat lot with X number of units per acre that you're allowed, and in a perfect world, you can fit 40 units on it, whatever the size lot might be. But because you're on a slope, you have to engineer, you got to do all kinds of different things to it. Maybe you can only fit 20 because that's how much you can actually engineer. That's the most possible feasible thing. Well, same thing with this. There's a waterway through there. If you can't figure out how to get the water to go from one end to the other, then you're right, you can't build anything on it. And once you figure out how you can get the volume of water that's going to go through, the engineering will say, well, this is how much land you have left over. That's what you have to build on. So I think it's all, I mean, everything's possible. It's just how much are you willing to spend and engineer? So I don't think the fact that it's a flood zone or flood area is even a factor. It's just, that's going to dictate how dense he can actually make the residences on that lot. That's the way I look at it from a design standpoint. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
All right, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Funk, and then I think you had.
So my question would be, could we plan for this area if it moves to commercial recreation, that the commercial recreation zone could allow for medium density housing as with a conditional use permit or something of that sort?
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're trying to say is we can design what we want community recreation to be this flexible zone that says, hey, you could put a private club, you could put a health club in here, you could put a racquetball court, you could do an outdoor, mini golf, or you could do some lodging, or you could do, a cool brownstone project with kind of some higher, class residential. If it can accommodate the flood issues on the property, and you can get it to hydrologically work and demonstrate you can be aesthetically compatible with neighborhoods. Certainly, we can do all those things. And it probably would be good as a discretionary use. That way, through the discretionary use permit process, you could accommodate the site planning and conditions necessary to make sure they could meet all those standards rather than have it be by right. So certainly it's a viable option to have in that land use list to go through that. I think that's a good approach.
Okay.
Is there anything else from Councilmember Warbo?
Just to be clear, I think what Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting and you're acknowledging could be done would essentially say zone it community recreation, but a conditionally allowed use would be a certain density of housing.
Yes.
Which, I mean, I can see that as a compromise, but ironically, I mean, I preferred that this area not be high density multifamily housing because we already have a bunch
I
of
think
that
we
in
were
that
saying
area.
medium density.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
even
I
matter
think,
of
I
10
think what he had said was medium density. We could go with low density, but I agree that high density isn't a fit.
Yeah, I
there.
mean, we already have it's heavily an apartment zone, and do we want that end of the city to be predominantly apartments or not? I mean, we have a need for housing, right? On the one hand, but on the other hand, that's more traffic in an area versus some other more benign use. So I'm a little troubled by, I understand it's like maybe a good compromise, but I'm a little troubled by, basically telling the applicant, hey, just come back with a conditional use permit for medium density housing.
So how about we ask you to look at that option as a CUP for some type of housing? What would be a fit, particularly in the areas that we're looking at zoning or at kind of having that overlay of recreation? Because yeah, we can't just have high density as a that's way too much.
I don't think that's what staff was suggesting.
Right, but
at all,
is it
sir.
medium? Is it because the low is the 5 to 12, which, as you said, doesn't sound like low density to us. But we'll and you're going to come up with a different term.
Yeah, we'll have
anyway.
a different nomenclature for that. So,
but possibly, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I'd be fine with them coming up with whatever density is going to make sense given the proportion of those properties that are going to have to be set aside for flooding anyway. And you can't just put a huge amount of density on that property. And I'd like us to be attentive to trying to create something that is not, doesn't create unrealistic expectations for property owners about what actually is feasible with those properties based on their, the flooding characteristics predominantly.
Well, I think that, if you took certain, when, as to Councilmember Davis's point, when the engineering is done, you have to take those pieces out. You're left with the remaining pieces, and that's where you're. So, I mean, it could still work out, but I understand. I like your comment about the realistic expectations because I think that's we've seen that our prior zoning with the public zone didn't do that. So, okay. So are we all in agreement? We like the R zone and we want some sort of housing as a CUP. And we've asked staff to come up with, when you look at all of those areas that are zoned recreation, what would make sense? And probably that will be taken care of in the zoning element itself because each of the areas will be different. Okay. All right, on to the final one, or actually two more, and these should go much more quickly. 7500 Sinaloa. And I don't know if you happen to have, I don't want to necessarily go into incredible detail on this, but I would ask staff to work with the applicant, and does it fit in with what we're trying to do here tonight?
and we're going to bring up that map real quick because it's an interesting property that came up on that one because the commercial zoning sort of wraps around the back towards the residential zone. And what they really want to do on this particular property, which is actually really supportable, is a mixed use project. And they want more of the residential density and they want it to be compatible with that residential neighborhood. So let's zoom in. So here we are, the corners of Pueblo and El Camino Real. And right now, I think there's a funky little vineyard on this property. So it's recognizable by have you ever seen the vineyard along El Camino Real? There's the grapevines there.
I've seen that.
It's that property. And it's funny because there's commercial frontage along a residential road, Sinaloa back there, which is odd because it never really would be viable as a commercial property. And I think he was asking, could that half of it be residential and the front half be commercial so they could do mixed use? And, the back side is high density. I think they're looking for that additional density. Is that right, Kelly? Yes.
So the high density is right where your cursor is.
Yeah.
Right there. That's what they're
It's
asking for right there.
It's a bit of an anomaly to have commercial zoning facing a residential street like that.
And so they're asking right where your cursor is, they're asking for that to move to high density. And I mean, I'd say as long as we're, as long as we're dealing with the trash and the parking and all of that, because that's already a pretty impacted street. But I think I'd be open to that. Do we have consensus? I'm seeing nods.
Yeah, I mean,
thumbs
to me,
up.
it's an anomaly and
Yeah.
it should be
Yeah.
fixed.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Excellent. And then lastly, the south of Santa Barbara Road, we have some members of the public and council members that are saying they would like to see that higher density. I think there was a comment that beyond that is county, and I'm going to paraphrase, but it was sort of like, what do we care? Well, I mean, I care because they still are neighbors. And so if the city property line went just, 200 feet or 100 yards south, we would be caring. So I think we should still care to the extent that they are our neighbors, and we don't want to just suddenly put a bunch of high density right there next to larger parcels. So I think what we had said was the low density, which is 5 to 12 per acre. Is that correct? Is that the zoning, right, that proposed?
I think it's got medium. No, is it low?
I thought it was low.
I'm still getting to learn my colors.
Yes.
Sorry.
It looks like
Um,
low, and I was proposing medium.
I personally, I'd like to stick with low, but
Yeah. I think the slope will bring the density down a little bit anyway, based on our calculators that we normally have. So
I would prefer to stick with low because of the transition to the rural area of the county. On the other hand, I hear Mr. Zappas, who knows more about building residences than I do, I think implying that wouldn't be commercially viable to do if it was low. But I mean, my preference would be low. I think it's a better transition. But I hate to sit here and then do something, and then it never happens because it just doesn't pencil out for anybody to do anything with it. So I'm not sure how I resolve that dichotomy.
I don't see how it doesn't pencil out for someone to do 5 to 12 acres if they wanted to redevelopment. Right now, it's a very large single family residence, and we have no idea if that person ever wants to. It could be well after they're gone and it passes on
Right.
and somebody does something. And at that point in time, if it doesn't pencil out, they can always come back and ask for an increase in zoning. I'm looking to staff. If 15 years down the line, these folks are gone and somebody takes over that property and they say, hey, we can really make it work at a medium density, then our community gets to take a look at that, and we might have input from people in the county. But I'm thinking for now, we leave that as low density.
at your pleasure.
I'll live with that. Yeah.
I'm good with that.
All right.
Okay.
So
And there was an individual resident property that I asked about early on that we were gonna, who had emailed all of us. And staff said that we would come back to it. We didn't get a chance to do
thought
that.
that
but
they
that's-
were working with that individual. I didn't know that it was anything we needed to talk
Okay.
about
Can
tonight.
we just authorize that they could work with?
Yeah, it's pulled up on the screen right now, and it's these properties right here that have multifamily across the street. So it seems pretty viable to change that to multifamily as well.
Okay. Just let staff do that at their discretion if it seems
Yeah.
to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so here are the basically 9 items I have. We've got low density definition, kind of massaging that to something that makes sense. Discussion about the Salinas, basically the things our director said were great. Focus area, long-term asset, river center, all of that. Number 3, H is changing from high density to medium density, and H is the Monroe Road focus. So that high density area is changing to medium density. In our downtown, we're adding the word entertainment. Number 5, the I triangle, we're going to remove non-city maintained roads or any areas that would impact the non-city maintained roads from an increase in density unless a policy solution can be discovered in terms of funding. 6, making sure the native tree ordinance reflects appropriately for multifamily, single family, and how that's going to impact them. Commercial recreation. What was I saying there? I have no idea what was commercial recreation.
Wasn't the discussion that we were going to continue use the commercial recreation labeling, but
No,
allow
this is something else I had
Okay.
written, and so I don't know what that is now, so I'm going to just cross that out. So now we're going to get back to the R designation. We're going to keep that, and you're going to come up with what makes sense in terms of housing as a CUP and what density that would be. 7,500 Sinaloa, that is a go in terms of the up density there. And then you'll work with the individual who emailed in about the other change that we just spoke of. Yep, we good? All right.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Why don't we take a brief break and then we will come back and basically we're going to be looking at our housing element. This is kind of a report of what's been happened. So I'm hoping we can move quickly through that and then get on to our road tax re-upping. So let's take about a 5-minute break. All right, we are going to get going again. We have just returned from another break. We are going now to, actually, I need to get my all my stuff in gear here. Okay, so we're going to management report number 2, which is our general plan and housing element annual progress report. Basically, we're reporting on what's already happened that we're setting into the state. And this is planning manager Kelly Gleason.
Thank you, Mayor. We're pulling that presentation up for you.
No, we don't.
All right, so this item is basically just an annual reporting of our housing compliance with the state. It also kind of goes through some of our general plan policy implementation, and we submit this to the state every year, and we come to you before we do that to let you know what we've been working on. As always, this is our regional housing needs allocation number. I think as Susan alluded to earlier, this is from the state for our housing cycle, which is an 8-year RENA cycle. You can see that we have an allocation of very low, moderate market rate and a total number of housing units that we need to accommodate of 843. We've made really good progress over the last few years, especially in the low and moderate income categories, as well as the market rate categories. The very low category always struggles a little bit. That's where our affordable housing nonprofit developers usually come in. So again, this is a state of California requirement. We're required to submit their massive spreadsheet by April 1st of every year, which I believe you have attached to your packet. And they do especially focus on housing. They want to know about our general plan implementation, but they really want to know about our housing numbers and our efforts towards our RENA allocation. So we will be submitting the report to the state after this hearing tonight. Just a couple projects that we wanted to highlight happening in 2023 and continuing into 2024. We have the Del Rio Ridge multifamily project that will be a very low and low income units that is run by People Self-Help Housing. We're looking forward to them getting some grant funding and moving forward on that. We have the Kerrville mixed use project, which will bring 53 units to the city. Some of those might be low, some of those might be in the moderate income category, depending on rental rates. Those they won't be necessarily all deed restricted. California Manor 2 is under construction, and that is bringing 75 deed restricted low and moderate income units to the city. So that was a huge boost for our low income RENA numbers last year. We have a couple downtown mixed use projects, one La Moda, which will have a deed restricted very low unit. They could choose to do 2 low, but I believe they're doing 1 very low income unit. Paseo Paloma is a multifamily project on the state hospital property that's done through the State Surplus Land Act. So that will be run by People Self-Help as well and give us 72 low-income units. So we might meet our low-income goal in this RENA cycle. And then we have Emerald Ridge Phase 2 and Phase 3, which are going to continue this year and into next year and beyond. I think out of the 208 units, they've only built 36. So that'll be a large number of units towards our moderate and market rate unit RENA numbers. On the commercial horizon, we have Del Rio Marketplace under construction currently that has the Valley Fresh Market in it. They're also building, the Retail 5 building is under construction, and they've submitted building permits for 3 additional buildings in that development. So it's moving forward nicely. We also have the new Residence Inn and Fairfield Inn. So the Fairfield Inn is the remodeled hotel that used to be the Best Western in front on El Camino with a new Residence Inn in the rear. So that'll add some hotel rooms as well. And then the Dove Creek commercial mixed use site is moving forward for approval and will hopefully be under development in early next year. And of course, the Barrel Creek development, which isn't listed here, but we know that they're working on their construction documents and hoping to find some funding for that project as well. In terms of the number of permits and planning applications that we look at during the year, we processed 65 applications in planning, a lot. We did our affordable housing impact fee deferral program for deed restricted affordable housing unit projects. We're working on our CEQA streamlining project and as well as objective design standards and small lot subdivision standards. In building, we're moving forward with residential units. The rain slowed us down a little bit last year, but those projects are moving forward. We had a record number of building permit applications received and processed. Again, this year, we keep having record number of permits. A lot of these permits are focused on solar installations and battery backup installations. So that is a huge trend that's happening in our city. And we completed, again, a record number of inspections along with those permits for the year. So we are just recommending that the City Council review and accept the annual general plan and housing element progress report for 2023, and then staff will submit that to HCD. I know there's a couple things on our tab for the general plan reporting, a couple sentences that I think need to be updated with what we actually accomplished last year rather than what we were planning to accomplish. So we will make sure that we do that before we submit to HCD. And that concludes the presentation. We're available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for a concise report. The projects that you showed on the horizon, that wasn't part of what's already been done, correct? So we kind of say, here's what's been done, and then here's what's coming. Correct. Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions of staff?
No, staff did a nice job of answering mine earlier, so addressing things.
Perfect. So I'm seeing just review and accept. We do not need a motion for this. Is that correct? All right. Thank you so much. Good job. All right, we are going to move on to our item number 3. But before we do that, I think, why don't we, just to be on the safe side, get a motion to go past 11 o'clock?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Funk, a second by Councilmember Borbeau. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes.
Councilmember Borbeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Dares,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, sir.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And we will do our best to be speedy at this, but we want to be thorough because it is an important item talking about a consideration of a sales tax measure. And so this is our Deputy City Manager, Ms. Laura Christensen.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Here we go. So tonight, we're going to talk about consideration of a sales tax measure. Really, this is a renewal to discuss renewing Measure F14. Let's see. Maybe. Just kidding. There we go. Okay. So just for super quick history, funding was a concern for this type of infrastructure long before the city incorporated. As the city continued on following incorporation, funding became scarcer and scarcer to address infrastructure, especially with things such as roads. And as our Public Works Director, Mr. DeBar, noted earlier, we have a significant number of road miles, 145, 150, somewhere that the city is responsible for. We're a rather large city that way. And so as that funding became scarcer and scarcer, the city needed to start looking for solutions on how we were going to address our roadway. As I mentioned, about 145 centerline miles, that's the backbone of housing, commerce, and recreation, and repairing and maintaining that is a top priority, has been for the council since incorporation. So fast forward to 2013 to the 2013-2015 strategic priorities of the council, and they said we need to start looking for options. One of those options that emerged was the possibility of a sales tax measure. Council at that time decided to go ahead and put a measure on the ballot. That measure wound up passing. That was Measure F14. It was a half-cent sales tax measure that was approved in November 2014. It became effective April 1st, 2015. So that is when the sales tax measure actually started to be collected. It was a general tax with a 58% voter approval. That measure was earmarked for improvements of neighborhood roads and other roadways. So that's really our collector and residential roads. Thank you. It's late, I'm sorry. And that when we say for improvements, what we're talking about is really repair and maintenance, and repair is addressing a structural issue or other deficiency in a road pavement, and maintaining is preserving or resurfacing roads that are in good or fair condition. So we're not talking about routine maintenance or large scale road repair for like our arterial roads. Since its passage, originally it was estimated to receive that revenues would be in the ballpark of 1.5 to 2 million. Since then, and with increase in commerce in the city since 2014, it is generating approximately $3 million annually. Unfortunately, this measure does sunset on March 31st, 2027. Should that measure sunset, that does mean that the city now no longer has that approximate of $3 million to go towards roadway projects. When this measure was passed, it was passed with a citizen oversight committee. That committee was created in 2015. It is a 9-member committee that is made up of members of local nonprofit groups in the city, and they review the revenues, expenditures, and the annual road report. So they do review that annually, and then they do that road report does come to the city council with any comments or recommendations from we call them CSTOC, the Citizen Sales Tax Oversight Committee. So with any recommendations from CSTOC. Talk a little bit about the success. Measure F14 has been tremendously successful since its passage. 13 projects have been completed. That doesn't sound like a lot, but that actually is $17.2 million in road repairs. And that equates to 80 neighborhood roadway segments. So 52 centerline miles have been addressed as a result of Measure F14. That's huge. Our PCI, which is our pavement condition index, when the city was looking at the possibility of Measure F14, they did an analysis, and that analysis said that if we didn't have this tax measure, the condition of our roads would drop from where we were at 47 all the way down to 30 in this time frame. We have actually been able to increase that from 47 to 49. Again, doesn't seem like a lot being only 2 points, but where it was even with the passage of Measure F14 still expected to drop a little bit, the fact that we have not only maintained but incrementally increased it is huge. That means that this program is successful. These dollars are being used to address the roadways in the right way. We do also do, as promised, and part of that measure, we do the annual road report, which goes to CSTOC and then comes to City Council. And the council directed that staff put together and distribute a community road report. So that's what gets mailed out every year to all the properties in town that talks about what was done, tells a little bit about Measure F14, tells us what revenues have been collected, what's been expended in the prior fiscal year, and what is upcoming in the current fiscal year. I do want to note that the city does receive some other funding for roadway projects. We have gas tax, we have SB1. There are occasionally some federal or state grants that come through. That equates to approximately 1.7 million annually that is being spent on other roadway projects, not F14. So more of our arterial roadways or some more of our larger scale infrastructure. That 1.7 again is outside of Measure F14. So with the Measure F14 sunset, this is what we would be looking at as having available for that. It's obviously constrained again because it is committed towards these arterial or these other projects. So without a measure like Measure F14, we do lose that funding. Just really quick, this is a map that just shows, just for everybody to see, roads that have been, all of those segments that have been touched because of Measure F14. So those in the red ones are upcoming rehab projects. You can see ones green that were done, and then the bluish purple are the non-F14 projects that are being done in this fiscal year. Really quickly, I'll go through them fast, but here's just some photos of really the good work as a result of Measure F14. We were able to do a culvert installation, some rehabilitation to Rosario. There's a good example of what one of our projects look like. Here's some before and afters of some of the various roads and the different type of projects that were done. And with that, and in order to move forward, the council would need to, if the council would decide to move forward, sorry, let me get to where I need to be in my notes. The ballot measure process is a very legally structured process. And so council can't impose a tax. All that council can do is place a measure on the ballot and allow voters to decide whether or not they want to impose that tax on themselves. So to make any change to a general tax, I just want to be really clear that we're talking about a general tax. That change has to be approved by the voters. We're also not talking about an additional 5% sales tax. And I will probably repeat myself a little bit on that.
0.5.
0.5, sorry. 0.5%.
I know it's late. So if anyone heard 5%
1
tax,
cent,
0.5,
not 5%, one
half
one
cent,
half
half
cent
cent,
sales
half
tax
cent.
measure. Yes, this will supplant F14 when F14 sunsets. So F14 is expected to will sunset on March 31st of 2027. If this measure was placed on the ballot, it would become effective April 1st of 2027. To place the sales tax measure on the ballot, it requires a 2/3 vote. So 4 of the 5 council members would need to vote to place it on the ballot. It can only be placed on a ballot where council members are selected. So that would be this November 5th of 2024. General sales tax requires 50.1 votes to pass. And if passed, as I mentioned, it becomes effective November 1st, 2027. So again, April 1st, sorry. I'm just a mess tonight. I apologize. It becomes effective April 1st. I'm trying to hurry and I should not be doing that. So again, it's not an additional tax measure. This one is essentially a continuation of what is already being paid. So this would be a seamless transition from what is currently showing up as a tax measure to then what would continue on following that sunset. We would need council to act prior to, based on legal requirements for placement on a ballot, we would need council to act prior to August 2024. That's when everything would be due to the county in order to give enough time to go through the process, which could potentially require, it requires a impartial analysis against and for, and so all of that writing, bringing the ordinance forward, having council review that, the resolutions, all of that. In order to do that and give staff enough time, we would need to come forward to council at the June 11th meeting. So part of a sales tax measure, as I mentioned, an ordinance is creating the ordinance that then becomes the sales tax measure. And so in putting together an ordinance, if council would decide, we need to know how council would like that ordinance to look. What that amount of increase would be, whether or not we want a citizen oversight committee, continuation of the annual road report, an advisory measure, sunset clauses to continue discussions regarding other transparency and accountability actions. And if council would want to embark on an education or have staff embark on an education and outreach program. Essentially, staff's recommendation is that we continue with the 1/2 cent sales tax that is currently, so then that way it's just a smooth transition. We've been able to do good work with that as evidenced by our annual roads report, how many roadway miles we've accomplished and the segments we've touched. The next on there is the Citizen Oversight Committee. That has gone well. They are also, that Citizen Oversight Committee now also looks at Measure D20 and reports back to council on that as well. So they're already there. They're already in the process of doing that. We know what's expected and we have a flow with that. So we do recommend continuing that. The annual road report is that it's a pretty solid report that gets put together. It talks about what the measure is, where revenues were, what types of revenues came in, how they were expended, and what type of projects they went to and where they'll be going in the future. Again, like I said, the city does a really good job, council directed, and the city does a really good job of making sure that's available first by bringing it to CSTOC, then by bringing it to council, making sure it's available on the website, and then also that it's mentioned in that community roads report. An advisory measure, F14 did have an advisory measure. Advisory measures are not binding on the council. So while it does allow the voters to say how they want that money to be spent, over the last 9 years of Measure F14, and while this continues, council has continued along with what was originally slated for and these dollars were earmarked for. Council has continued that. Council has put in other transparency and accountability actions by using by doing the community roads report, by doing separate tracking and accounting of the revenue dollars that come in, by continuing education and outreach. And so the council has shown, I think, and as part of their priorities of good fiscal management and transparency, has shown that they understand and that they understand what the voters wanted. That's the original reason they put the measure on, and that's how the measure will continue if this one were to go on the ballot as well. So staff does not recommend an advisory measure. Again, like I mentioned, it isn't binding, and it does, though not terribly, it does increase the amount of staff time that's required to put things together. It does increase the cost of placing a measure on the ballot because you are placing a second measure on the ballot. Then there's the sunset clause. Sunset clauses are really good when you're talking about a limited term funding option or a one-time expenditure. When you're looking at funding ongoing costs, having a sunset clause gets us to where we are today. You put that in, and then you need to continually bring it back in order to continue to fund. So once Measure F14 sunsets, we have about 26 more roadway miles or roadway segments that are programmed out. If this wasn't put on the ballot and didn't pass, those 26 segments would not have funding to move forward and continue. Also, we look at, as I mentioned earlier, the issue with our PCI and maintaining our PCI. I mean, we're talking over $3 million annually, potentially by the time we get to here, and increased revenues, that without having that, and back to the 4.8 that was sort of needed to maintain our roadway system, losing that money then means that there is a real risk to the ability to maintain the roads at the level that we are currently maintaining them. And as we discussed before, there isn't that extra funding to go to roadways. And so without that, there is that significant risk. And then again, just the annual report that which they're looking for. And then the other transparency actions is continuing to put out that community roads report that gives that annual look to all of the residents on what, and that was a above and beyond council action to make sure that residents really could see. And that was information coming directly to them, not information they were needing to go seek out. And then because this is a unique situation in the fact that it's a sales tax measure to supplant one that will be sunsetting, we are requesting council authorize spending some current budgeted funds to do a little bit of education and outreach so that the public understands that this is a seamless transition. It's a continuation of a current sales tax measure, that it isn't a new sales tax measure. The way measures work when they're on the ballot, this won't be F14 again. This will get a new number, we'll say X, and then it'll say 24. And so what we don't want is that people see that and assume that this is a new tax measure that is something that is on top of what they're currently, that they really understand this does not go into effect until April 1st, the day after Measure F14 sunsets, so that there is that smooth transition. And then, so our recommendations are that council direct staff to prepare draft resolution and ordinance for city council consideration for the June 11th, 2024 meeting, and that's to place a 1/2 cent sales tax measure on the November 2024 ballot for that measure to become effective April 1st, 2027, and then to provide direction to staff on those options for what you would like to see in the ordinance. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. So if you could pull up those 7 items. And just to be clear, what staff is recommending is that of these 7, we would not do this time. The recommendation is the advisory measure, the sunset clause, but the other 5, we would do those continue. Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you. So I will look to council for questions of staff. Councilmember Darrows.
So you're saying no sunset clause on this one? Because we sunsetted the last one, right? F-14.
We did sunset F-14, and what we're recommending is not sunsetting this one so that we aren't in this cycle of needing to continually come back. Because if we do, and we run the risk then of not having that measure pass and then no longer having the funding to continue.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. That's good.
My only question is, so you'll come, we say yes tonight, you come back June 11th. That's when we would have an opportunity to maybe discuss a little more about the education and outreach program. So I don't want to get into it tonight.
Well, no, it would be tonight, because what we would want to do is sort of begin formulating some of that as part of this, what that education and outreach program would look like. So we would already start working on some of that now.
Okay. Well, I think you hit the nail on the head then and talk about, that this is a replacement. And, that those items out in the projected, out 5-year plan out there, which I think is another great transparency measure, is that people could see what the out year plan is, but that those wouldn't happen if this was not renewed. But I'm always very, very cautious about us using taxpayer monies to go out and educate the public, because there's a, you can get into a gray area real quick about, we're trying to influence them. And that's why I just would wish I should be cautious and careful in whatever material we look to develop in that regard. So that's all I have.
Councilmember Newsom.
Well, you know what the ballot measure number is on the June, if we go forward?
I won't. We won't know until you guys approve that ordinance and those resolutions, and then we submit those to the county, and then the county will get back and let us know what that number is.
So tying that into the education and outreach, we're not able early on to say F-14 is now looking to be called.
If only it was F-24.
Yeah.
Right?
I know. Do we have
That
a
would
say
be
in the
great if
number
we
we
could
give it? All right, thanks.
I
That
know
makes
that-
it a little bit harder to do the education and outreach early on, because you don't know
Sure,
what
yeah.
it is you're.
But I know the city of SLO asked for the same letter, when they renewed theirs, and the county clerk said, no, it's like whatever order they come in. So we could be A, we could be F, we could be G.
Well, we could say like, who else is submitting? And maybe we could, okay, we're going to be number 5, right? Or no, 6, sorry. Can't do math at this time of night either. Mayor Pro Tem.
Since nobody ever wants to increase or continue taxes, is there any chance in our presidential predictions, any chance that we'll be getting enough revenue from D20 that we could foreseeably be able to maintain and improve our roads, in the neighborhood without needing this money?
I don't think so, and maybe our administrative services director could, but a lot of D20 was has already been committed for ongoing expenses. And so those expenses will continue. So while there's a potential that some of that revenue we collect could be higher than what was originally anticipated, I don't think it's going to ever get to the level to be an additional $3+ million to cover the loss of this sales tax measure.
I would agree with what she said. Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I assumed, but I wanted to check.
All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment on this item. Welcome, Mr. Public.
You get it. Jeff Oslin. I'm going to speak for myself first, and then I will speak as a member of the Tax Oversight Committee. But personally, The reason that this was a sunset clause originally is because nobody trusted our city government. And I will absolutely tell you that these funds were used the way they were supposed to be used and intended. And that's where we have the trust of our community, both with D20 and F14. With that being said, there is no downside to what we've been doing. We 100% have a city that is fiscally responsible, and we do count the pennies. We do have some other cities that we can refer to in this county that don't do that. And we are definitely, as the city of Atascadero, and our staff and administrative staff and council has been very, very good about every penny that we spend in this city, and we do not have wasteful spending. So with that being said, I personally fully support that we continue this half-cent sales tax. The other part that I would say to this too is we also need to educate as we get going that this is our sales tax for the city of Atascadero, and it does help the roads that were stated and makes a big difference. There may be other measures that are placed on the ballot as well for more sales tax, and that's an unfortunate deal that's coming, I'm sure. So hopefully our residents can remember that once we get our ballot number, that's the one to approve. As a member of the oversight committee for both D20 and F14, almost 3 years now, I can tell you that I think we really went through and scrutinized the spending of F14 one year. I mean, we went through the penny, and I think we found about $224 that had to be moved over out of 9 million. I think that's pretty darn good. So we did go through every single line item at one point. But this is a very big positive for our city, also for our residents. Let's keep in mind that if your roads are maintained and better, your real estate values are better, your neighborhoods are better. The one thing that our city definitely has not done, and we're not a wealthy city. We're doing what we need to do. But with that being said, we haven't lost money from the general fund to replace what we're getting in F14. This is an addition, and this is where our main roads are still upkeep, get the upkeep that they need out of the general funds and not the F14. So there's been no downside for this half-cent sales tax other than it's a half-cent sales tax. So I hope that the council will unanimously vote this in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing anyone else from the public, anyone on Zoom. I'm not seeing any hands raised. We'll go ahead and close public comment and bring that back to council. So in terms of the recommendation, I think we can all get behind that. And what we want to talk about maybe is a little bit of the outreach. Is that where you're wanting some input from us? Is what I'm hearing based on what Councilmember Borbo asked.
Yes, if council would like us to continue with formulating some type of education and outreach
Yes.
program. And then if you want to follow staff's recommendation for all of those items.
That would be my recommendation. Does anybody see? I'm seeing nods, head nods.
I'm comfortable with staff's
Comfortable.
recommendation.
All
on
right.
all items.
We are comfortable with your recommendation. I want to say thank you to the public, both F14 and D20. As Mr. Oslin said, there was a time like 15, almost 20 years ago now, where there was not a lot of public trust with our government, council, staff, public. It wasn't good, and it took time to rebuild that. And so in 14, we were in this place of, okay, kind of getting back to that. And so the fact that you trusted us and we've moved forward, and as a council, as a city, we've done what we said we would do. You're trusting us with D20, and we were making incredible strides in our city with infrastructure, public safety, staffing, every single bit of it. So thank you for that. So I will look to council for a motion.
I'll move that we direct staff to to prepare the draft resolution and ordinance for our consideration at June 11th to replace F14 with a new 1/2 cent local sales tax.
I'll second. And that would be the recommendation that you gave us.
With the recommendations we discussed, that is no advisory measure and no sunset clause.
And you have sufficient direction on outreach. All right, thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Borbo, a second by Councilmember Newsom. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Dares,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fung,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, sir.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. All right, as it is late, I'm going to ask if we can either skip or if necessary, quickly breeze through council announcements and committee reports. Is there anyone that feels compelled to say something? You're good. Mark's
Not
good.
compelled.
Charles isn't compelled. Susan's compelled.
Just very briefly, HSOC was evaluating grant proposals in the next round of state programs. And we actually deferred it to a special meeting next month to be able to get more detail, because there were $20 million in grant requests for about $5 million in funds. And some real differences of philosophy over how we work that, and so a need to maintain regional operations of ECHO and as well as 5 cities and Capslo and some of these. But it's a dialogue back and forth between shelter and housing initiatives, and between new stuff and making sure we continue the things that we have started.
Right, thank you. And I will just thank both council members, Borbo and Funk, for filling in for me while I was gone on vacation the last couple of weeks. So thank you very much. I am not seeing any individual determinations, any that have come up since the agenda was posted. Seeing none. Thank you all very much. Meeting adjourned.